Good evening, members, and also all the members of the public and the press attending full council meeting of BCP Council on it's the 14th of October 2025. I'm Councillor Leslie Dedman, and as chairman of BCP Council, I will be chairing this meeting, and I shall be supported by the vice chairman, Councillor Simon Bull. I'm going to set out our housekeeping arrangements for the meeting. Please note that this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live and subsequent broadcast, and it will be on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. In order to ensure the meeting is managed effectively, please could we have everybody following our ground rules. Indicate you wish to do so by pressing the button on the microphone. It's very sweet of you to do waving of your hands as well, but the button on the microphone is best. Thank you. If there is consensus in the meeting, or it looks as though there is, I shall ask if there is any dissension. But when a formal vote is required, this is going to be carried out via the desk equipment, and the results come up on the screens in the chamber. If you want a recorded vote, as ever, we require support from 1/4 of the members present. And if agreed, that will also be carried out via the desk equipment, and the results of any recorded vote will be displayed on the screens and named voting results included in the minutes of the meeting. Please could members indicate to me if they wish to leave the meeting, and if you are leaving, please sign out of your microphone by touching the screen and selecting the sign out option. Thank you. Right, in accordance with the conduct with courtesy and consideration, and as a reminder, this is aiming at the gallery, this is a meeting being held in public, but it's not a public meeting. So although the public are in attendance to observe proceedings and debate, can I request that you remain silent through all the items? Thank you. Right, so I think that's got us through the housekeeping. Okay, we'll move straight on to item 1, which is apologies. And Chief Executive, could you read out our apologies for this meeting?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. We have received apologies from Councillor Sue Aikenhead, Councillor John Beasley, Councillor Adrian Chapman-Law, Councillor Peter Cooper, and Councillor Anne Filer. And Councillor Joe Salmon.
Yes, Jude.
Councillor Bagwell will be a later on. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I don't think she's an apology, Councillor, but she's coming later on. Okay, Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies from Councillor Joe Salmon.
So I think we've got him. Thank you, Councillor Kate Salmon.
On the list.
Right. Does anybody know of any other apologies? I think otherwise we're all present and correct. Thank you. Agenda item 2, declarations of interest. Chief Executive, can you report on any declarations of interest we've received?
Thank you. We have not received any declarations of interest for this evening so far. If any member is required to make any declaration of interest, they should refer to the flow chart that is set out in the agenda for guidance. And just to remind all members that a dispensation has been granted to all BCP councillors in respect of the Community Governance Review agenda item to ensure that all councillors are freely able to fully participate in the debate and the vote.
Thank you, Chief Executive. Councillor Bartlett.
Chair, I wish to declare a season ticket holder for AFC Bournemouth. Thank you.
I'm so sorry, I could hardly hear you, Councillor Bartlett. Can you say it again?
Or at least, sorry, can you still not hear it?
Yeah, Lino.
Sorry. Yeah, I'm a season ticket holder for AFC Bournemouth, and that AFC Bournemouth's potential leasing of council ground is being discussed this evening. I declare it for information purposes only, but I will take part in the debate because I do not feel my membership will influence my support either way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett. Councillor Goodall.
Seaton.
Are you okay, Councillor Goodall?
I am a season ticket holder with Bournemouth. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very well worth waiting for, wasn't it? Has anybody else got any declarations of interest we need to hear? Thank Agenda item 3, confirmation of the minutes. Councillors, we've got the minutes of the council meeting held on the 22nd of July, 2025, which we had to reconvene, if you remember, on the 16th of September. You've all had the minutes. Is there any dissension from me confirming those minutes, please? Everybody's happy with that. Thank you. That is confirmed. Agenda item 4. Announcements and introductions from the chairman. I will just mention a few things that I have been to, one of which in particular I was very interested in going to, which was a group called Maddie's Miracle, which doesn't really give you any impression of what it was, but it's a breastfeeding support group in Boscombe, which obviously, well, I don't know about obviously, but as a mother of quite a few children and knowing about it, I was very pleased to support them. And we also were very honoured to join in the royal visit at the police headquarters to open up their new building, which in fact they've been in for quite a while, but it was all looking very good. And Princess Anne came and cut a ribbon. So that was very, very nice. Now, and with great sadness that we report the death of former Borough of Poole councillor and Member of Parliament for Mid Dorset and North Poole, Dame Annette Brooks, and I'm going to call upon Councillor Vicky Slade to say a few words.
Brooke was a trailblazer, councillor, deputy council leader, mayor, member of parliament, privy councillor, dame. Annette was brought up in Essex, was awarded her degree at London School of Economics and found herself in Dorset in the 1970s when she and her husband, former councillor Mike Brooke, began teaching in the local area. With a passion for social justice and a commitment to education and the environment, Annette soon found herself involved in local politics. And during her time as a councillor in Poole, she helped deliver real change alongside councillors Bob Williams, who died earlier this year, and Brian Clements, who passed away in 2022. She chaired the planning and education committees and fought successfully to protect our heathlands, including the precious Camford Heath. She went on to serve in Parliament for 3 terms, representing Mid Dorset and North Poole, and had leading roles across several portfolios, including education, Home Office and skills. She was the first female Liberal Democrat MP elected at a general election in Dorset, and to this day remains the longest serving female Liberal Democrat MP across our country. She was known for her dedication to her constituency, her compassion and her passion for education, and she made a particular impression for those many households living in park homes for whom she managed to get laws changed to protect their rights. Outside of her work in politics, Annette was a founder member of the charity Julia's House, which she fundraised for during her mayoral year. And we learned at her memorial last year that her mayor's ball was an event to behold, breaking with the tradition of rather more formal previous affairs. Since retiring from politics in 2015, Annette co-founded the Dorset Equality Group, which was committed to reducing inequality both here and further afield, managed to get the law changed again to support Ukrainians living here in the UK, and set up Stepping Stones charity dementia group to help those with the condition and their carers. She was still running and attending those groups in the weeks before her death in August. Many of us in the Lib Dem groups can point to Annette as the reason we became involved in politics. We were either part of the volunteer team who elected her, or were helped by her and inspired by her to stand ourselves. When Annette suggested you did something, in her quiet, very firm way, you just did it. Annette knew how to fight a campaign, she knew how to inspire people to get involved, and she had an incredible work ethic, something which we can all learn from. She is rightly held in high esteem, even as I go round those houses a decade later. We will miss her, but as she shaped so many of us, her work will continue.
Thank you very much, Councillor Slade. Members, the other announcement that I want to remake, because I'm going to ask you to stand for a moment, is for the death of Her Royal Highness the Duchess of Kent, which was, I think, a month ago, wasn't it? So, members, can we just stand for a few moments in silent tribute to both these people? Thank you very much, members. Right, on to agenda item 5, public issues. And I say this every week, that we note that the time for questions, statements and petitions from members of the public shall normally be restricted to a total of 15 minutes. We do have an extremely full agenda. However, it's at my discretion that the time may be extended, and I'm going to say that we can have 30 minutes this time. Where a question to which an answer is to be given is not reached within the time limit, I'm afraid a written answer shall be provided to the questioner. That will be within 2 working days of the meeting, and councillors will all get an emailed copy of that answer. And remaining statements will be published on the council's website. And in accordance with the Constitution, no discussion shall be allowed upon questions or statements. So, right. Public question number 1. Barry Smith has submitted a question regarding Scotts Hill Lane Play Park, but as he's unable to attend the meeting this evening, I'm going to call upon the Chief Executive to read out the question, and then Councillor Sandra Moore, portfolio holder for Communities and Partnerships, to respond. So, Chief Executive, please.
Thank you. Mr. Smith writes as follows. Would BCP surrender the lease on Scotts Hill Lane Play Park and land on adjacent side of the road to allow Christchurch Town Council to take up a new lease with the freeholder, and BCP Council renew the lease owned by the freeholder on Purewell Cross Road only? My question from the previous meeting had false information, so could I have true facts, please? This is all to allow us to rejuvenate the play park, which has been dilapidating for the last 4 years.
Councillor Moore, please.
Thank Barry Smith for his question. And yes, BCP Council is exploring the available options with the landowner regarding the lease of Scotts Hill Lane play area, plus the other relevant land, to try to provide a solution which could then lead to the play area being improved in the future. I would also like to confirm that BCP Council is open to these discussions, and this work is continuing, but it is all very complicated given the nature of the land holdings and the lease agreements. However, The Deputy Leader of the Council, who is also the Ward Council for the area where the play park is sited, has spoken personally with the landowner and has been assured that a solution is in sight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Can I ask Joanne Keeling to come forward? Joanne Keeling has submitted a public question on the gunning principles. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Millie Earle, Leader of the Council, will respond.
It is the democratic right of elected members to deliver their mandate, including the creation of town and parish councils, as reflected in official campaign literature. The first gunning principle requires that consultations occur at a formative stage and that outcomes are not predetermined. If the council proceeds, despite consultation responses demonstrating overwhelming public opposition, does this indicate a predetermined decision, potentially rendering the consultation unlawful? Will the leader confirm that the council fully accepts the legal duty to comply with the gunning principles and explain how the current process ensures proposals remain genuinely open to influence before any final decision is taken? Thank you.
Leader, please.
Thank you. And may I thank Mrs. Keeling for her question and confirm that the Council recognises the gunning principles and seeks to adhere to them at all times. The process by which the consultation on the Community Governance Review has taken place and been considered is as part of a wider decision-making process. It has followed the advice of professional officers, and the recommendations before us come from the cross-party task and finish group commissioned by the Council to undertake the detailed work which has taken time to evaluate the consultation responses as set out in the substantial report which we're considering this evening. Their recommendations have been subject to public scrutiny by Overview and Scrutiny Board, which is both cross-party and exempt from party political influence, which had a full and open debate and which voted to support the recommendations. They have been publicly considered by the Council's Cabinet, which agreed to recommend the recommendations to this public meeting of full Council. And it remains open this evening for issues to be raised that may support the recommendations or to argue against them. And it is for individual councillors to vote as they see fit in the light of the consultation responses, the recommendations from the committee and the debate that will take place. With regard to the proposals being open to influence, should Mrs. Keeling care to compare the recommendations of the Task and Finish group that were put to residents within the consultation exercise and those that the Council are considering at this meeting, she will note that these have been changed substantially in light of the consultation responses, which have already influenced which town councils are being recommended and which are not, and have influenced the numbers of councillors proposed for each town council, and have influenced the boundary sizes and the names of the wards for those proposed town councils. It remains open to council to debate the proposals this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Daniel Parkin has submitted a public question on town councils. Would you like to come forward and ask your question? And Councillor Mike Cox, portfolio holder for finance, will reply.
Good evening, everyone. The Christchurch Town Council repurchase of the car park in Christchurch highlights the complexity of assets transfer. And if the Town Councils went ahead with the BCP transfer, any assets free of charge to the councils as they have for Christchurch, how will the purchase costs of these high-value assets be allocated towards the benefits of the residents? Can you produce a list of said assets for the public today? As for the assets that will not be transferred, will the town councils be liable for maintaining, repairing or developing assets they do not own? Clear definitions of ownership, liability and cost allocations are essential at these early stages. And can the council confirm the exact legal and financial arrangements to prevent new councils from being exposed to unforeseen obligations? Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for asking that question, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to highlight the fantastic achievement of Christchurch Town Council in purchasing the car park in the centre of Christchurch, which the previous Conservative Council, of course, wanted to sell to a private equity company. The car park has been financed by the public sector borrowing and will cost the council circa £50,000 in interest every year. That's about £4 per household per year, which equates to less than 8p per week. A fantastic value for money to keep such an important anchor tenant in the centre of Christchurch. Now, apart from allotments, BCP has no other plans to transfer any other properties at the moment to any town councils, but I'm sure if you've been paying attention, you would have heard about the great work being done by our community asset transfer team, which looks to transfer community assets which BCP can no longer afford to maintain. It goes without saying that any town council will not be liable to maintain any asset it does not own. I cannot understand where you could have got that from, or maybe I can. Secondly, in response to your second question, all town and parish councils are governed by their own constitution and strict financial regulations and framework models, which are available from the National Association of Local Councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cox. Another question. Judith Parkin has submitted a public question on the Community Governance Review, which I understand is going to be read out by Daniel Parkin.
That's right.
Would you like to ask your question? And then Councillor Jeff Hanna, Portfolio Holder for Transformation, Resources and Governments, will respond. So thank you again, Daniel.
Okay, thank you. This question is from my wife, Judith Parkin, who unfortunately couldn't make it this evening. This is a question from her, despite some perceived allegations that it's from me. But anyway, the question is, the cost of electing councillors remains unclear, although to be fair, those figures have come out recently, and will fall on the new councils, potentially placing them in debt before operation. Additionally, BCP Council will set the first year precept. How will these costs be calculated to ensure fairness, transparency and affordability? How strong must public opposition be for the council to respect consultation results rather than proceeding with predetermined policies? Residents need assurance that financial and democratic safeguards are fully in place.
Councillor Hanna, please.
And thank you to Ms. Parkin for her question and to Mr. Parkin for reading it out on her behalf. As portfolio holder for governance and elections, may I confirm that if the council agrees to create all three proposed new town councils, the total cost of the elections for all three in 2026 is estimated to be £933,500. The cost would be borne by the town councils themselves. Based on the numbers of properties in all three areas, this would make the precept, the extra council tax for a Band D property, just over £7 a year. In future years, with no elections needed, that small amount, some 60 pence a month, would generate the best part of £1 million to be spent on local improvements and community activities across those new town councils. £1 million that would benefit our residents in Broadstone, Poole and Bournemouth. If agreed this evening, the first year's actual recommended precept will be calculated by the Task and Finish group, which will need to follow the wording in the recommendation to do this on the basis of minimal transfer and precept, with their report to come to a meeting of the full council to be debated publicly before finally being set. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hanna. Right. Jason Keeling has submitted a public question on the Community Governance Review, which I understand is going to be read out by Joanne Keeling. Oh, who is back here again, thank you. Would you like to ask your question? And then again, Councillor Jeff Hanna, Portfolio Holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, will respond. So thank you.
Thank you. My husband apologises, he's stuck in Wales. Okay, so unitary authorities operate with professional officers, consultants and strong budgetary oversight to ensure accountability and compliance. Town and parish councils, while smaller, would be run by councillors who receive allowances but may have little or no relevant experience. How can the public be confident these councillors will manage funds responsibly, deliver statutory services effectively and avoid errors or overspending? In an authority already under financial strain, inexperienced councillors risk being set up to fail, passing financial and operational risks on to residents. What training, oversight and safeguards will be in place to ensure councillors can meet their statutory, financial and operational responsibilities and maintain public trust?
Thank you. Councillor Hannah.
And thank you to Mr. Keeling for his question and to Ms. Keeling for reading it out. As portfolio holder for governance, may I assure Mr. Keeling that town councils will be supported by competent town clerks, potentially part-time, and by such other officers as they see fit. Training will be made available to all elected councillors, either directly by the clerk to the council or via the local association of parish and town councils, or through the National Association of Local Councils. In our democratic system, there is no guarantee of competency for any future town councillors or current or future BCP councillors or any district and county councillors, elected mayors, members of parliament or prime minister. That absence of a guarantee of competence was so clearly demonstrated recently by the former Conservative Prime Minister Liz Truss. Nevertheless, we remain a democratic country. The assumption is that many of those elected will bring their experience in other walks of life to the role, and collectively, with the professional advice available and such training as is provided, some good decisions will be made that will benefit the communities they serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Right. Jane Newell has submitted a question on the Community Governance Review. Would you like to ask your question? And then I'm going to ask Councillor Millie Earle, Leader of the Council, to respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. And thank you for granting me a few precious minutes of your time. Would the Leader of the Council explain the anticipated cost to be borne by BCP Council payers in 2026, 2027, being proposed the first year of the town councils for Poole and Bournemouth, given that the costs for 1 year of year one set up the holding of elections in May 2026, the other costs or aspirations that will be effectively recharged in advance through a preset on council tax bills for 2026, 2027. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you for your question, Ms. Newell. I don't think we're going to need a few minutes because I was just going to refer you over to Councillor Hannah's answer, which was a very similar question that was asked by Mrs. Parkin a few moments ago when he explained the costs involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Right. We have another questioner here now. Gabby Sanger-Stevens has submitted a public question on the Community Governance Review consultation process. Would you like to ask your question? And then I'm going to ask Councillor Jeff Hannah, Portfolio Holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In May 2024, Overview and Scrutiny unanimously recommended reviewing the consultation process after repeated petitions and responses were ignored. No report has been presented, and similar engagement patterns persist. Lawful consultation requires conscientious consideration of all responses. This consultation returned overwhelming opposition to town and parish councils, alongside serious concerns regarding uncapped costs, unclear service responsibilities, and transparency. How does this consultation avoid previous failings and ensure residents' views are genuinely considered? Will the Council commit that the concerns and preferences of residents will be genuinely reflected in the final decision? If ignored, will the Council use public funds to defend against legal challenges arising from failure to respect consultation principles? Finally, how will the Council restore public confidence, rebuild engagement, and demonstrate that participation influences final decisions, reassuring residents that their engagement is meaningful and that the consultation is not just a token gesture to justify a predetermined outcome?
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, please.
And thank you to Ms. Sanger-Stevens for her question. With regard to the consideration of the consultation responses, may I refer her to the leader's answer to the very similar question from Ms. Keeling. It would be inappropriate to comment on how the Council would respond to any legal challenge. In terms of public confidence in consultations, the Overview and Scrutiny Board is reviewing consultation processes and we await their advice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Julie Keynes has submitted a question on the Community Governance Review and Precepts. Would you like to ask your question? And Councillor Hannah, Portfolio Holder for Transformation, Resources and Governance, will respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Council communications, including social media, have quoted precept costs ranging from no more than £5 per year to £58, while exact figures are claimed unknown. How can residents make informed decisions amid inconsistent, misleading and aspirational statements? Will the Council provide a single verified source of precept costs to ensure transparency, trust and clarity prior to the implementation?
Thank you. Councillor Hannah, please.
And thank you to Ms. Keynes for your question. Whilst your concern is understood, not least given the circulation of leaflets stating incorrectly that the Council had secret plans to increase council tax by hundreds of pounds a year, which plans did not exist. The information provided to the public by the Council did include examples of precepts, but could not include an exact figure for parish and town councils, which did not then exist. My response to Ms. Parkin a little earlier explained how the initial precepts would be set if new town councils are agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we have another questioner who I think is waiting for us. Councillor, sorry, Mrs. Sandwell? No, Mrs. Sandwell is not here. Oh, right, we'll leave that one then. Rick Ashcroft, no? Okay. Now, this is, Susan Lennon has submitted a public question on the Community Governance Review, but as Ms Lennon is unable to attend, we will call on the Chief Executive to read out the question, and then I shall ask Councillor Hannah to respond. So, Chief Executive, thank you.
Thank you. Ms Lennon asks, BCP Council, if we are to have parish councils, does that mean our services already outsourced by the council will get worse or better? Will parish councils have to raise money to pay for services badly dwindling? Why are parish councillors not paid, but council ones are? And who will make parish council decisions, them or you on policy.
Right, Councillor Hannah, can you reply to Ms Lennon's questions? Thank you.
Services provided by parish and town councils are in addition to those provided by unitary councils such as BCP, so their creation will unquestionably improve the overall services provided to residents, in contrast to the situation where no parish or town council exists. Parish and town councils make their own decisions as to what services they provide and do so independently of unitary councils. They do need to raise funds through a precept and increase in the council tax to meet the costs of services they provide. I have already exemplified that a precept of some 60 pence a month could generate some £1 million of benefits to residents across Broadstone, Poole and Bournemouth. Allowances received by councillors on unitary councils reflect the level of responsibilities they hold. Few parish and town councils provide services at a level that warrants allowances being given to their councillors. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannah. Trevor Muddimer has a question. Is he here? Right. Oh, that's, yes, Chief Executive, you are going to read this out. He's unable to attend. So, yes, the question is on the darts scheme. Sorry, I was thrown there. Okay, Chief Executive.
Thank you. So Mr. Muddimer asks, I have a leaflet from 1998 which talks of light rail, trams, as a solution to increasing congestion across our area. This is the darts scheme. Many councils have taken this route, so when will this or something similar be implemented?
Right, can I turn to Councillor Hadley, portfolio holder for climate response, environment and energy, to respond.
Thank you, Chair. Trevor, thank you for your question. This was a blast from the past. That leaflet was actually produced by me.
Wow.
With a small group of volunteers meeting in my house nearly 30 years ago, aiming to try and seek solutions to our traffic congestion problems. In addition to briefing the councillors and MPs, it made a two-page article in the Evening Echo, 30 pence at the time, and the Meridian News. The DART scheme consists of three parts: an integrated transport authority to ensure coordination rather than competition between different modes of public transport, integrated ticketing to enable frictionless travel on any form of public transport, and higher frequency of trains across the conurbation and light rail or trams to link up Wimborne and the airport down to Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch town centres, and potentially to connect to the ferry port and to the Swanage Railway. It was then included in the current local transport plan LTP3 documents as a long-term ambition. In response to being asked about your question, the Director of Investment and Development for BCP Council highlighted to me last week that buses need to be replaced every 7 years. Routes are always dependent on the commerciality and funding, whereas a tram lasts nearly 30 years and anchors new developments. Over its life cycle, trams can be a lot better value for money. We have a great local bus company and we buck the national trends on bus usage, but trams increase capacity significantly and do attract different users. I am very aware of the short-term disruption that installation of such a system would bring, but we are one of the largest conurbations in the UK without mass transit. In France, Germany and even USA, many towns have light rail or other mass transit systems on their highly used routes. Regional devolution may provide the means to finally make progress. I cannot give you a timescale. 30 years ago, we estimated 55 million in 15 years. Costs will, of course, have multiplied hugely, and little has changed beyond congestion getting even worse. There has, though, been some progress. Network Rail recently undertook a study of adding 1 or 2 trains per hour through the area, the Dorset Metro concept. We have also been working with the bus company on integrated ticketing ideas, and I am keen that officers look again at the feasibility of light rail in the mix, both in terms of land assignment in the local plan and taking steps to make it a viable start on a mass transit scheme for the BCP area. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. Sue Chapman has got a question for us on the climate emergency. Would you like to ask your question, Sue? And Councillor Hadley will respond. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. The Stockholm Resilience Centre warns that humanity has breached 7 of 9 planetary boundaries. The Planetary Boundaries Framework highlights the rising risk from human pressure on 9 critical global processes that regulate the stability and resilience of the Earth. Crossing boundaries risks generating, quote, large-scale, abrupt or irreversible environmental changes for which dangerously none of us are as yet prepared. Renewables such as solar PV, wall batteries, air source heat pumps, ground source heat pumps, as well as water harvesting and insulation we've seen in Dorset Greener Homes and Athelhampton House, are inspirational ways of saving carbon and money. Please, will BCP ensure they include this illustrated information, warnings and solutions in their newsletter and publications, as well as telling us how we can all help maintain a safe operating space for humanity in our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hadley.
Thank you, Chair. Sue, thank you for your question and the clarity of your warning. The severe consequences of the shocks to planetary systems are increasingly stark, creating a very uncertain future for life on planet Earth, whatever the populist politicians may do or say. I'm going to include in my answer a link to the Stockholm Resilience Centre research that you mentioned and a diagram that shows the progression in the wrong directions from between 2009 and 2025. Globally, only one of the 9 planetary boundaries that they identify in their research has been controlled. International action on ozone depletion has seen a reversal and a mending of the ozone layer since the 1980s. This provides a faint hope for humanity when we do all work together. In the social media age, I'm afraid so many people are ignoring the science and choosing their own version of reality to suit continued inaction based on echo chamber discussions. We have known of the dangers of climate change since at least the 1991 Earth Summit. Councils across the UK and much of the civilised world are doing their bit, and yet changing habits and our reliance on fossil fuels, it seems, is too hard, particularly against the powerful vested interests. Changes to our weather systems are evident locally, with drier summers and sudden heavy rainfall causing localised flooding. We have seen with microplastics and pesticides examples of the dangers of novel entities in the environment. More unintended consequences of synthetic substances will emerge. Ocean acidification through CO2 absorption threatens marine life, with corals, molluscs and crustaceans evidently struggling, and so the marine food web that depends on them is also threatened. These factors are all interrelated and global. As a council and as a community, we cannot resolve them in isolation. We can highlight the challenges and we can step up individually and together on climate and environmental responsibility, which helps to reduce the pressure on the stability and the resilience of life on Earth. This isn't middle class or woke obsession. It's about adaptation and survival of the species. Our biodiversity net gain work, planting trees as identified in the BCP Urban Forest Strategy, the work on our heathlands and natural spaces are all forces for good. Individually, we all need to consider changing how we heat our homes, how we generate and use power, how we collect and use water, how and where we travel for work and for leisure, what we buy, what we plant and its impact on nature, what we eat, and what we reuse, repair, recycle and throw away. This all helps. The Council will do what we can to help people to make responsible choices for themselves and the common good at this practical level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hadley. We have one more question. This is from Mr. Mark White. Thank you. This is a question on the Community Governance Review and the Gunning Principles. If you'd like to ask your question, then the leader will respond.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, and thank you. This administration doesn't listen to its residents, pure and simple, with 80% of respondents saying no to town councils. With our MPs, bar one, all raising concerns over the total lack of democratic process, there is now a very large growing concern raised by all over what appears to be the breach of the Gunning Principles in this consultation. Specifically, the principles requiring that proposals be at a formative stage seem to have been disregarded, with the outcomes appearing predetermined prior to public engagement. This undermines the integrity of the consultation and public trust in the process. With a large volume of evidence from the leader stating that the elections will take place in May 2026, prior to the opening of the consultation, could the leader please clarify how she ensured compliance with all full gunning principles, particularly regarding the openness to influence before the decision was made?
Thank you. Leader, can you respond?
Thank you, Mr. White, for your question. I will refer you to my answer to Mrs. Keeling's very similar question given a little earlier with regard to the gunning principles.
Thank you. Now, members and members of the public, we've actually reached our 30 minutes. In fact, we're over our 30 minutes. So I'm afraid, although we do have a lot of statements, these statements will be, in fact, I think we have published them already. They will be published on the minutes and on the website. So I'm very sorry that everybody that had a statement, you have been overtaken by all the questioners. And can I say a hearty thank you to all the people who have put a question. And I'm very sorry that we can't take the statements as well, but as you can understand, we'll be going for an hour if we carry on. So thank you, residents, very much for all the questions. And as I say, the statements will be published. Right. Agenda item 6, which is a petition. This is called Stop Parish and Town Councils Until 2027. Let residents decide. So we've got the petition on this matter for it's the Community Governance Review. So I want to set out the following method, which will be the process for how we're going to deal with this. So I'm going to ask the petition organiser, who I can see waiting for us, to present the petition, and that will not exceed 3 minutes. And then any councillor with any questions can put the question to the organiser, hopefully less than 3 minutes each, and then the organiser will return to his or her seat. So can I invite you, Joanne Keeling, again, thank you very much, the petition organiser, to present the petition to us. Thank you.
Be fed up with me shortly, sorry. Good evening, everybody. I'm here to present this petition, now signed by nearly 4,000 people. That is not a handful of people, that is a community speaking loudly and clearly. And what they are asking is simple: defer any decision on parish and town councils until after the next local elections in 2027. This is not a radical demand, it's common sense, it's democracy. Let us not forget that only 6 years ago, we underwent a massive upheaval with the creation of BCP Council. Residents are still adjusting to that. Services are stretched, trust in this authority is fragile. And yet here we are, rushing to impose another layer of governance, and one which carries real risks. Higher council tax for residents already struggling in a cost of living crisis, with uncapped parish precepts added to their bills. Increased bureaucracy as another tier of decision-making clogs the system instead of streamlining it. Community division with ward boundaries carved up and long-standing ties disrupted. Nearly 2,000 people engaged with your consultation. And what did residents say? The overwhelming response was no. They do not want parish and town councils. Yet some councillors have already gone on record supporting the proposals, announcing the consultation is just one small part of the process and that they will deliver their mandate, undermining confidence that this was ever a fair and impartial process. Residents ask, was the outcome predetermined? Was the consultation nothing more than a tick box exercise? That is corrosive to democracy, and it risks something even more dangerous, alienating the very people you are elected to serve. Councillors, I appeal to you tonight, not as politicians, but as representative to your communities. You were elected to serve the people, not to impose your will upon them. This petition is not about partisanship. It's about principle. It is about democracy. It is about respect. By delaying until after 2027 elections, you give residents the ultimate say. Let them decide at the ballot box that this is a fair, transparent, and democratic way to do this. If this is pushed through now, many residents will feel that power has been imposed on them rather than shared with them. And surely that is not the relationship we should be building. I will end with this thought, which I hope you will carry with you into the vote. Democracy dies not with the silence of the people, but when those elected to represent them choose not to listen. Councillors, it is now your choice to listen to the voices of your residents and vote in support of this petition, or to turn away and vote against them. Tonight, you have the chance to show that democracy means listening and that the people you serve truly matter. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a request to speak from Councillor Allen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say thank you very much for bringing this excellent petition to our chamber. I'm very interested in where this started, how it became something that you brought here today, what the community brought this to you and asked you to do this. I'm just interested in where it started. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. So if anybody doesn't know, I'm chair of a local residents association, and believe it or not, barely many people knew about the CGR. In fact, to date, that's probably still quite the case with a lot of people. I decided to run a community meeting, and we invited residents from Talbot Woods and Coy Pond as well, with our 3 ward councillors. I thought it would be a great idea for the 3 councillors who come from all different parties. We've got an independent, 1 Conservative at the time, and a Liberal Democrat, and that therefore the members of the public could raise any questions or concerns they had with them. It became apparent in the room that night that the 45 people that were there wasn't a single person that supported the proposals, and some of them became quite angered and upset when one of the councillors, Matt Gillett, had been asked a question. You know, you've heard in the room that we don't support parish and town councils. Will you represent our thoughts when it comes to voting in the council chambers? They were despondent to hear that their voices weren't being listened to. So I spoke with a couple of Coy Pond residents, and they were, well, what can we do? So we decided to form a petition, myself and Daniel Parkin, a resident in Coy Pond, and so it was very much a community-led initiative, if you like. And so, yes, so I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Councillor Rampton, you have a request to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Joe Keeling and to Daniel Parkin for bringing forward this petition. And my question is just about, you presented just this petition with almost 4,000 signatures, which I think is one of the biggest ones we've had presented to the council in a very, very long time. Is it kind of your opinion that if that cost that we've heard mentioned already tonight of £1 million for town and parish council elections, if that had been known to residents, do you think the petition would have been even bigger? Because I certainly do, but I'd be interested to hear your opinion. Thank you.
Yes, I mean, we started this petition in May. We were unaware of the costs of the election at the time. And I personally believe that it's very likely that if residents knew that it would be costing BCP residents or, you know, Bournemouth and Poole residents in terms of the precepts for the town councils, £1 million of those election costs, I believe very much so that people would have voted, you know, they would have perhaps added more to the consultation, they would have added more to the petition signatures. Obviously, I can't say 100%, but it's quite a likely prospect that that would have been the case, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I'd like to ask a question because Mrs. Keeling mentioned that very few residents knew about it. To my understanding, that this was one of the largest leaflet drops for any consultation that BCP has ever undertook. So my question would be, was there any sort of study within that neighbourhood group or the expansion of that as regards how they came to know about the consultation for town councils? That would be my question, because I believe from memory in the consultation about only 33, about a third of the percentage came from actually receiving a leaflet through the door. Thank you.
Thank you.
I couldn't quite hear that. I think you were asking, with all the leaflets that you delivered, that there was quite a lot of people that should have known about the consultation, and how else would they have known? Is that what you were asking? Thank you, sorry. Yes, so there was, I remember a white card that was put through the door. Like many of the leaflets that come through the door, unfortunately, we have a lot of leaflet drops. A lot of residents, unfortunately, tend to put them in the recycling bin. So when I spoke to residents about the CGR, I put the link up, or I think maybe Councillor Rampton may have put the link up on our Talbot Village Residents Association Facebook page. We decided that obviously not many people knew about the CGR. So as a committee, we decided to put some information for and against so that it was, people had enough information to make an informed decision. So when you speak to people, they say that they didn't receive the leaflet. That's not to say it wasn't posted. I believe very much that people may have dispersed with that, put it in the recycling bin. Some people don't follow community groups, some people don't follow BCP on social media, some people don't go to libraries. So that's, perhaps a reason why many people weren't aware of the CGR. But I hope as a residents association, I feel that the residents of Talbot Village were quite well educated with the information that we put out there for them.
Thank you. Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this petition to us, and well done for getting so much engagement. We're always told how important it is to actually get our residents to express a view, and it's even more important to actually listen to what our residents have to say. And I really do think that some members opposite should do that. Anyway, my question to you is, having got so many people to submit and to respond to the petition on that particular site, which wasn't the official BCP site, were there any technical issues that involved there in terms of verifying who they were, and just take us through some of the work that was involved in that, because I don't think it was quite as clear cut as it might have been in the way that one would have hoped.
Challenge, it was an experience. There are obviously you could use the BCP platform, but people had troubles logging into that for various other things for BCP. So change.org is a well-established and well-trusted petition platform. We obviously raised the petition on this platform and then put it out into residents groups and on social media and to various community groups on Facebook. This got shared. We started to see the petition climb and thought those people who were signing it would be, when it was scrutinised by Democratic Services, would be included. However, we discovered a discrepancy when I downloaded the Excel spreadsheet, which gives you all the details of who signed it and the area in which it was signed. There was lots of Bristol and London showing, which was quite strange because we didn't realise our petition had got national coverage. We then discovered, with some help of a technical expert, that when you were attached, there's probably a more scientific name for that, to your Wi-Fi, it picked up your address. When you were using your data, it sometimes sent you to London or to Bristol, even though you were sat in your home in Poole. I could see names on there where I know people actually live in Poole, including some of these councillors, and they were shown as being in various other places in the UK. So this is a problem we had. I challenged this with change.org. It's a problem they have with internet service providers, and there's a much more technical explanation for it. But having said that, we continued with the petition in the hope that more people would sign it. Eventually, we reached the 2,000 threshold, and that's obviously the 2,000 threshold of confirmed people that are in Bournemouth, Poole and Christchurch, although the petition criteria is that you could work or you could live or you could study in BCP. And I don't know how you could tell from an Excel spreadsheet if somebody, say, lived in Ringwood, that they didn't go to the university at Bournemouth, for example. There's not a clear, concise way of doing that. But nevertheless, Democratic Services were really helpful and guided us through the process. And so here we are.
Yes, thank you. That's actually fascinating, isn't it, how that works or doesn't work. Councillor Cox.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you for the petition and your presentation, and you've done very well in getting to this stage. I just wanted to make clear that you are clearly a chair of the Residents Association in Talbot Woods, and that there has been a by-election recently in Talbot Woods, and I just wanted to ask the question really, was this not a central feature of that by-election? A central feature of the by-election, because it was a by-election, lots of people were interested in it according to you. And I just wanted to clarify with you, was this not a central feature of the literature on the by-election?
September, I'm not quite understanding your.
You actually, there was a by-election in Talbot Woods, and it did appear on quite a lot of the leaflets in Talbot Woods, this particular issue. Can you confirm that, whether that was true or not?
This petition is entirely different. This petition was started in May.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But you are saying that there's lots of people against it. But there has been a by-election in your ward, in the ward in which you represent as, well, part of the ward you represent. Was this not a key issue in that by-election?
It wasn't a key issue. It was an issue, but it wasn't.
Yes.
It wasn't. Yeah, of course, it was an issue because obviously it's something that affects the community.
So it was an issue. It was an issue which you campaigned on because you were a candidate.
Actually, to be honest, I didn't campaign on it wholly because a lot of people still didn't know what the. Would you like me to finish the question?
Thank you, Councillor.
I was just about, if you can permit me to finish, what I was trying to say was when I knocked on people's doors to speak to them, barely anybody was aware.
Mrs. Keeling. We're going to move on now. Cameron Adams, who I see is sitting over there. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you for your petition. Moving on to a different angle, obviously it's one of the biggest ones I've seen in my time on the council, and it may well be the most signed one we've dealt with in its history. But many have said in response to the petition and all the responses to the consultation that it's a consultation, not a referendum. Do you not think we'd be better served by having an actual referendum in 2027 alongside the elections? And then if people did want it, they would then have the cost of the elections, but they know what they're voting for then, and it would, if we did it at the same time of the election, would it not then if people want it, they know it's going to cost £1 million to set up, and then they can accept whether they pay for that or not. And also it'd be a lot cheaper to do it at the same time as an all-out election, because you're already giving them one polling card, you're just chucking them another one as well.
Absolutely, I agree that the whole process should be delayed for that purpose of either for the campaigners, the certain councillors who are for this parish and town councils to campaign for that, and for them to be decided upon election whether they're elected or not if people agreed with their campaigning. Either that or to be postponed, so there would be a referendum that ran alongside an election, because having heard now that the election costs nearly £1 million, which we weren't obviously privy to that information 4 months ago when this petition started, it seems a huge waste of money to have a set of elections in 2026 followed by another one in 2027, both coming to approximately £2 million. So that would be a sensible suggestion. But the whole idea of the petition was to delay this so people could have more information and make a more informed choice. And so it would be a better representative of what the people actually wanted in BCP, or Bournemouth and Poole.
Thank you. I'm going to close the list of questioners now after Councillor Butt. So hang on, Judy. It's Councillor Andy Martin first. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Keeling, for your petition. I think I might know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it to you anyway, because the petition says, we respectfully call on BCP to postpone any decision to introduce new parish and town councils. So can I take from that you are quite happy with the existing town councils, particularly in Christchurch and through, or not? Do you have a position on that? And also, have you had any engagement with, excuse me, with anybody who is on a existing parish or town council about what they do? Thank you.
So obviously the parish and the town councils in Christchurch have been established since 2019. So this petition was solely about Bournemouth and Poole. So just to clarify, this isn't any a request to defer anything for Christchurch that's already established. Whether I agree with that or not, that's immaterial to this part in terms of this is a new introduction into Bournemouth and Poole. So that's where I stand on that. And in regards to parish councils, yes, I have spoken to a few people in the New Forest, on their town councils there. I'm not particularly against parish councils in theory, or town councils. I think they work very well for rural areas. These were the New Forest that I was speaking to, and areas in Dorset, the completely different type of conurbation to how Poole and Bournemouth are. It's just I don't feel that it's a right fit for this area. But I'm just a resident, I'm not a CGR expert. I can only say what the people have been saying to me, you know, so that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Butt, don't get up if it's too difficult.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Mrs. Keeling, and it is Mrs. Keeling, not Joe, I believe, thank you so much for presenting your petition tonight, and thank you for the courage and tenacity in actually getting here and the long journey you've had. It became manifest in June that things were not going the way that the opposition, that the party opposite wished, and that there was massive dissent amongst residents. And you obviously picked up on this. I too held a community meeting in my community, little community of Creekmore, and it too was an overwhelming hell no. So that in mind, was there a specific moment of concern, although there must have been a myriad of them, but was there a specific moment of concern that made you feel that residents' voices were not being fully heard? And what do you hope this council will do differently if this decision is deferred until after the 2027 elections? Thank you.
Yeah, so going back to that residents' meeting, perhaps I was rather naive. We've had residents' meetings before, AGMs, we've spoken to the councillors many times. I thought it would be nice to give the opportunity for the residents to come and voice their concerns. Like I said, we had 3 individual councillors from representing individual political parties or an independent. I felt uncomfortable in the room, if I'm honest, because it turned into something that I didn't think it was going to be. Many people were opposed to they were all opposed to the town and parish councils. And the reason I became so incensed is because residents felt like their voices weren't being heard. They were addressing, sorry, I'm not singling you out here, but it's because you were here, but Councillor Gillett was saying what he believed about town and parish councils, and members of the public were posing questions to him and arguing against, in effect, and it became quite a lively community meeting, if I'm honest. But the residents were incensed. They just said, you know, we don't want this. We've spoken to our neighbours and various other people. Nobody wants this. Why is it being imposed on us? The councillors are listening to all our arguments against. He said that he's not going to represent our views when it comes to the council vote because he hadn't heard anything that would dissuade him from what he was thinking already. And they felt that their voices weren't being heard. They thought that the consultation, much, forgive me for saying this, but much like some of the other consultations have been, they felt a tick box exercise. And so really the petition was started because it was to give residents a voice, if you like. So that's why it was started.
Thank you. Members, I did say that I would close the list after Councillor Butt, so I am sticking to that. Thank you. We have had 15 minutes on this, and I think we've got a lot of information from Mrs. Keeling. So I'd like to thank you, Mrs. Keeling, for your petition and all the work you put into it. And this petition relates directly to agenda item 10 on your agendas. So I'm going to suggest that we move directly to item 10. It's Cabinet 1st of October 2025, minute number 47, Community Governance Review on your agendas. I don't know if you've all got that. And the final recommendation for introduction and debate. So if you're looking at item 10, Councillor Earl, I'm going to ask you that you move the recommendation. Mrs. Keeling, I'm going to suggest you pop up to the gallery. Should we give you 5 minutes, or are you quick? If you go up to the gallery, you can listen to the debate from there.
May I just say thank you very much for your time?
Yes, thank you. Councillor Butt, did you want to come in now?
Just on process, Madam Chairman, I believe that we have the opportunity to debate the petition and not to just pop it onto the agenda item for convenience. It's a standalone issue, being the petition is asking for delay. The actual agenda item is asking for us to vote for the creation or otherwise of town and parish councils. So with your good credence, I would ask that we are able to speak to the petition and then move to the agenda item. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. I am going to have to... Can I just say to the people in the public gallery, I did say at the beginning of the meeting that I would prefer you not to be trying to participate. It's a public meeting, but it's only a meeting in public. I'm going to ask the officer, because I understood, and I think this should be explained, that there is no way that this petition can be, what the petition asked for can be achieved by us tonight, which is why we can debate the recommendations which come into the petitioner's request. So, Robin, can I ask you to elucidate whether I've got that wrong or not?
Thank you, Chair. The Constitution provides for debate on a petition. Is your discretion, Chair, whether you carry that through in terms of your explanation of how the next motion is going to be debated and how closely related the petition and the motion are. It's not necessarily the case that a petition has to be debated as a motion, because it can't be a motion to actually vote upon. It can be debated. Questions have been taken, and again, the discretion lies with you, Chair. You have the authority under the Constitution to move forward to the motion itself, which is so closely related.
Can I just come back in there as a question, which I know I'm probably misunderstanding? I didn't think that what the petition is asking for is indeed possible, that it wants to be removed for another year. With respect, Councillor Butt, I think it is a matter for the monitoring officer to tell us whether or not it's possible.
Thank you, Chair. One of the aspects of the petition was to defer debate on the motion itself until after 2027 or up to 2027. That won't be possible because of the CGR year, which by statute the council is required to complete the process, and that ends very soon. So if that part of the petition were to be carried forward and agreed, that would actually prevent what's happening tonight, and the whole process would have to be repeated in 2027, including associated costs and the new year of consultation.
Councillor Canavan. But I think, Councillor Canavan, that was exactly my point, that we can do the debate in item 10. Robin is going to reply anyway.
Thank you, Chair. If it assists, there's a difference between postponing the implementation, which, if there were a successful vote this evening for any of the areas, the implementation can be postponed to 2027 or another year. The petition itself was talking about postponing the debate and the decision, which the advice would be that cannot take place because of the CGR consultation year, during which the consultation process must be completed. So there's a difference between implementation and delaying debate and decision making.
Thank you. Leader. Yes, I'm sorry. I'm going to appeal to you onto how you think that I should be handling this. Thank you.
people who want to speak. I just said, so I was thinking about this as well, and when I've brought big petitions to council and have had lots of signatures, usually you have to put in a motion alongside it. I haven't seen a motion in line with this one, but my thinking is, why wouldn't we debate it as part of the overall debate, simply because otherwise we're going to end up having the debate twice. The result of the community governance review, so the community governance review cannot be, like, it's a legal process that has to happen within a year. Okay.
Councillor Butt, can you wait until she's finished, please?
So because of that year coming to an end very soon, we need to have made the decision. That is a legal, that is absolutely legal as part of the community governance review. What we could do is we could scrap it and then do a whole new community governance review, but I don't think that not from a budgetary perspective, no. So yeah, my thinking was that we would just have it as a debate, but I'm happy to defer to the monitoring officer.
Members, I think I have a problem with this, because I feel very strongly that we should just go into item 10. However, since there is a lot of discussion on this, we may as well have a vote on it very quickly. So can I ask who wants to debate the petition, but who would prefer to go straight into item 10 and not debate the thing twice? So can you please raise your hands as to who wants to only debate the petition at this time, please? I think I can ask from the chair, surely, Councillor Dove. Okay. I think the Vice Chairman will second that. Thank you. So can I have a show of hands as to who wants to stop and debate the petition, which is... Okay. I'm sorry, can the monitoring officer check? Yes, I think it's... Oh. Oh, 15 out of how many? Right. I think that I shall use my discretion, as I keep on being told to, and we will go into item 10, which is, as I said, the recommendation. Thank you. Councillor Earl, you're going to move the recommendation. I'm sorry, Councillor Dove, what do you say?
Please, on this is in relation to 13.24 of our constitution. 13.24, okay, for those who didn't hear the first time. And what it actually says, and it's quite categorical, it doesn't talk about you can defer and you can bring in other agenda items or anything else. It makes it really clear that the table sets out below the thresholds and at 2,000 plus refer to debate at a meeting of full council. And if it is able to do what the petition asks, which it can do, because we have brought motions before during the debate so that we can adopt what it is that the petition is requesting. We've done it exactly for the BPS clinics and stuff. I put forward motions within that debate so we could adopt what the residents have asked us to consider within that petition. And I think the decision tonight goes directly against what the petition is saying, because if the petition has enough signatures to be referred to trigger a debate at a meeting of full council, then acknowledgement will confirm this and inform the petition organiser when and the relevant meeting will take place, and they will consider the petition at its next meeting. And we're not doing that. We are bumping it into another agenda item. We are not looking at the petition in itself and what it is that the residents have asked us to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. I still hold by my own view, and I think also what Councillor Canavan said about what he plans to do shows that the petition will be sufficiently debated in this recommendation. Leader, can I ask you to stand up and put this recommendation, please?
Thank you, Chair. And just to be clear, I'm going to be referring to the petition as part of my proposal, and as I hope councillors will, as part of the debate. So it will be debated, just not as a single item. Tonight I'm proposing the establishment and strengthening of town councils, not just as a political priority, but as a deeply personal conviction rooted in values of localism, community and financial resilience. Town councils are not just another layer of government, as described by Mrs. Keeling, a failed Conservative by-election candidate. You just have to ask... You just have to ask our colleagues in Christchurch. They're the first tier of local democracy, the closest to the people they serve. Across England, over 10,000 town and parish councils operate with more than 100,000 councillors, investing £2 billion annually into their communities. These councils deliver services that matter most to residents, from youth clubs to splash parks, Christmas lights, community centres and additional community safety. These are not statutory services, but they are the soul of our towns and the things that build pride, connection and well-being. In recent years, we've seen a decline in these services due to austerity and the withdrawal of central government funding. In our own area, the annual revenue settlement from government is estimated to be £100 million less a year than it was a decade ago. It won't be any surprise to councillors to hear that local authorities, and not least ours, are struggling to maintain statutory services like adult social care and children's services, let alone the community amenities that make our towns vibrant places to live, work and visit. This administration has stuck by our principles to protect public services, to get the basics right and to balance the budget. But government prevents us from doing all those things, and I fear that our valued non-statutory services that we have clung on to won't remain. And I can't promise that they won't remain in next year's budget, because the decision, I feel, has already been made for us by central government and their refusal to support local authorities. Town councils offer a solution. They empower residents to decide democratically whether they want these services delivered and how. They operate protected budgets, not subject to the pools of statutory spend. They can apply for community grants, build partnerships and mobilise local action. They are responsive, accountable and rooted in the communities that they serve. I'm just going to skip through a little bit because there's something very important that I need to say. Now, having spoken to Democratic Services, I do need to warn councillors of a risk of us breaking the votes down into their geographically proposed areas and the existence of the pool charter trustees as referenced in paragraph 186, which I'm sure you have all read. If we decide to establish a Poole Town Council but not Broadstone Town Council, the charter trustees will continue to exist. So we will have two precepts, 2 clerks and 2 mayors. Please consider this as part of your decision making. And on a similar note, having spoken to Democratic Services, I'm going to make an alteration to the motion to avoid the issue as set out in paragraph 186 in the report and as discussed at the working group. That is to add a recommendation D. The Chief Executive be delegated authority to make amendments to the boundary between Bournemouth and Poole to avoid the coexistence of the Charter Trustees and Town Council for the respective areas. This is to avoid the duplication because the boundaries of the former historic borough and the Charter Trustees are not coterminous. Okay, I'm going to ask if Richard could send that round to councillors just so they can see the what I'm proposing as an amendment.
I'm handing over to the monitoring officer. Hold on a moment.
Thank you, Chair. Leader, just a point of clarification with regard to an alteration or an amendment. I don't know which one you want to clarify.
Can I ask if everybody's seen that now? Has everybody had a good look? So members, once you've finished looking at it, can I ask if we have consensus on accepting that? Right, I'm looking this side, yes. Has everybody had a chance to read it? Councillor Farquhar.
Yes, Chair, I do apologise, is that I was having a little swat up as to overall objectives of CGR, and it did have the powers which are within a local authority when seeking petitioning. And it seemed to me that I recall seeing something which was quite explicit about not having the power to change boundaries to suit the CGR. So I'm a little bit concerned about delegating to the Chief Executive an expectation, which in law for CGR he may not be able to achieve. I'm not explaining that very well, but I did have that little gem, is that there's certain things that CGR can do and there's certain things that they can't. And it's changing existing boundaries to suit the proposed CGR, to my recollection, was not permitted.
Councillor Farquhar, whilst I think that the leader is right, I'm going to ask Mr. Richard Jones to just comment on that, who has it at his fingertips.
Thank you, Chairman. And just to clarify, in terms of the recommended alteration, the leader did refer to the paragraph in the report. This is to ensure that the proposals that go forward are effective and convenient, because there are small, and this is in relation to potential, and because we don't know what the outcome of the debate will be, this will in effect preempt the ability that should you approve one area, not another, that those small parcels of land that may exist and retain charter trustees that coexist along a potential town council, that this will allow the chief executive to make those alterations after the event. Because you're dealing with each area piece in part by part, we couldn't retrospectively then go back. So this just allows us to make minor alterations in the event that one area is supported and one area is not. It does not preempt any determination for approving any of the other recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. Leader, I think that we have now agreed your alteration. Do you have a seconder? I believe Councillor Oliver Waters is going to second.
Yep, I second, and I reserve my right to speak, please.
Thank you, Councillor Waters. Now I have some speakers already on my list here. So it's Councillor Bartlett.
I hope to debate the petition, and I prepared actually a statement for that.
Yep.
I now won't be able to do that because there was insufficient time to read both elements of what it was I wanted to express. So I've cut it in half. And first of all, I would like to take the opportunity to thank and applaud Councillor Wilson, who is a member of the Three Towns Alliance and a Cabinet member, for voting against the creation of the Bournemouth Town Council at the last Cabinet meeting. This will have been a very difficult and brave decision for him to make, but it does show at least he understands how the majority of the public feel about this. I truly hope that other members of the Three Towns Alliance will follow Kieran's example to follow the wishes of the public. So today is a very sad day because it marks the abject failure of local government reforms which aim to cut costs by bringing BCP councils together. It was hoped that the efficiencies produced would enable services to be maintained and even improved. However, the outcome has been so different and hugely disappointing. Financial pressures have forced the council to focus on statutory services, whilst removing or reducing non-statutory services. And the list of these reductions over the past few years is actually staggering. The reduction in government grants is blamed, but various administrations have contributed to the financial difficulties through poor decision-making and poor policy-making, and particularly those associated with regeneration, where huge borrowing costs are being incurred for projects never delivered or at risk of failure. Savings through LGR were predicated primarily on a significant reduction in the number of council employees. However, the number of council employees has actually increased by about 200 over that period. To conclude, the creation of town councils is undoubtedly a mechanism to allow the administration to abdicate its responsibility and financial liability for providing non-statutory services by passing these on to the town councils. If services lost or reduced are to be reinstated, town councils will have to raise the money from the precepts charged. We are told that charges will be small, but if the reluctance of the administration to put a figure on this is anything to go by, then I expect these charges will be significant and will be unaffordable to many residents. Also is the looming establishment of yet another layer of government for a mayor-led strategic authority, and yet another precept for taxpayers to cough up. If this is voted through tonight, there is a cloud with a silver lining, because I have no doubt the public will consign new members of the Three Towns Alliance into the electoral dustbin. I just hope there will be enough money for them to collect it.
Thank you, Councillor Bartlett.
Thank you.
Councillor, can we just not do that, please? Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. Just for clarification, we are speaking at this time to the proposed amendment. Is that correct?
What are we speaking to? I think we're speaking to item,
yes.
agenda item.
Are we speaking to the full agenda item or to the amendment? Sorry?
Substantive.
To the main motion. Okay, all right, very good. Okay, in which case then, I would just like to send something through to Richard, if I may, because I do want to propose something which I was going to propose during the debate on the petition, which we are not allowed to do.
Councillor, do you want me to start your time again, because you've taken up a bit there?
Sorry,
Right,
I won't
start.
need 3 minutes anyway, but I mean,
Okay.
let me just send this
We'll
through.
start now.
Okay. So I've just sent to Richard a motion that I'm proposing, which is basically to support the petition that was presented to us and actually to request that this council delays the imposition of these town and parish councils onto our residents. And once Richard has got that and he can circulate it, I'll then start my wittering that I'm sure you all will be delighted to hear.
Is that an amendment?
Right, you're sending it round, are
Okay,
you,
very
Councillor
good.
Challoner?
Okay, so despite this consultation receiving an overwhelming rejection by the residents who responded to these plans for new town and parish councils, we're being told that the overall numbers opposed are too small for these to be a significant factor. Hence why the administration is pushing forward with their plans, and that a lot of time was spent during the task and finish group to cherry pick the occasional supportive comment when they could find one, a bit like looking for a needle in a haystack. In light of this, I believe it would be more prudent, fair and respectful to our residents and council taxpayers to delay plans for these new councils. Let's have a more thorough consultation that sets out fully what these new councils would and would not and potentially could do, as well as details around the cost implications, and honest ones, and that goes for everybody. Committing to spend almost £1 million on an election for town councils whose only statutory duty is allotments, £1 million of our residents' money, again, purely to elect a council that will run allotments. That's just the election. That's before we start adding the cost of that service, the councillors, the officers, the buildings, the IT, and then the extra services that start to get pushed onto that council when BCP says, oh, can't do them, because we're actually not very good. It may well do more, and that will also come at further cost to our residents. This administration did not stand on this ticket in 2023, and they do not have the mandate to impose these new councils on our electorate and residents. If the administration are so confident that our residents want these new councils, why not make town and parish councils a major manifesto pledge for the 2027 elections? Let the new BCP administration then make the decisions as to whether or not to proceed with these councils, as they will then have a clear mandate to move forward or not, in the full knowledge that residents have said, yes, we're prepared to pay the extra. Thank you.
So, Councillor, that was an amendment. Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Oh, right. First we can, yes, Councillor. Members, have you seen the amendment?
So we just got to validate it first.
Oh, right. How do you do that?
I would just read it.
Okay.
Bear with us.
Councillor Challoner, I'm going to pass to the monitoring officer to let you know the result of the validation.
Thank you, Chairman. The amendment itself is not in accordance with the Constitution. Part 14.9 makes clear that it must state whether it's to leave out words and add others, and or to insert or add words. And the thrust of the amendment itself has the effect of voting against the motion. So it negates the motion itself, which has the same effect as voting against it. So it doesn't meet the standards required. It won't be accepted.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. So, Councillor Challoner, I'm afraid that isn't accepted. So we move on to the next speaker, which is, according to my list, Councillor Farr. Oh, over there.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The results of the consultation for Bournemouth and Poole residents clearly confirms there is no enthusiasm for these proposed costly new town and parish councils. In fact, an overwhelming majority who responded are against. I quote, Boscombe, 82% against. Bournemouth, 76% against. Broadstone, 67% against. Poole, 65% against. Redhill, 80% against. And lastly, Southbourne, 74% against. Taking on board the consultation results, I will assume that the Liberal Democrats and their alliance partners from Christchurch Independence and Poole Party will respect the results this evening, reflecting the wishes of residents, meaning tonight's meeting won't overrun due to an overwhelming feeling of consensus. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Councillor Councillor Canavan, although you can only see 0.00 in red, I've got you down as having spoken 48 seconds extra. So if you could wind up, that would be helpful. I think you've said that to me before, Councillor. Councillor Rampton.
Madam Chair, councillors, members of the public, I can fully understand the need to protect services and the desire to increase democratic accountability. But this really isn't the right way to do it. Splitting up wards and communities, some of which, like my own Talbot and Branksome Woods, came into being at LGR in 2019. This would mean half would be in Poole Town Council and the other half in an ill-thought-out mix called Winton East, Charminster and Talbot Woods. And people who voted against the smaller Bournemouth parishes are now being lumped together in a large Bournemouth Town Council, not something they were even consulted on. £1 million cost to our residents for holding elections in 2026 to create the 3 town councils, and then another lot of elections the following year with further huge costs. That election is, of course, statutory. This is not. But to save the public purse, they could and should be combined. We have in Poole a rich heritage, and we have ceremonial assets which are unique. They don't belong to us councillors. They belong to the people of Poole. Why would anyone want to divide them between a tin pot Brodston Council and the rest of Poole Council? This aspect of the proposal is truly shameful. Is there much point appealing to those councillors here who are whipped to support this? Probably not. Although there are councillors here, and yes, I'm looking at you, Councillor Paul Slade, who have said in public, this won't go ahead, it's far too big a council, I certainly don't want it. Well, let's see your hand go up tonight or press your button like the sheeple that you are. Those with autonomy, I appeal to you, don't vote for Brodston, Poole or Bournemouth Town Councils, and be consistent. If it isn't right for Bournemouth, then it isn't right for Poole. And please don't abstain. That's the same as a yes vote tonight. The public are not fools. They have shown their opinions through the so-called consultation by signing the petitions, by being here tonight in person, or by watching at home. They won't forgive or forget. And everyone here tonight who votes for or abstains will be remembered at the ballot box, both in 2026 and 27. Residents will be angry. They will want to boot you out, and frankly, you will deserve it. But therein lies the danger. The danger that inexperienced councillors with their own motives, probably from the Reform Party, will take control of the councils. No one knows what the precept could be in year 2 or year 1, but you could have a council who only want to do allotments and charge virtually nothing, still leaving BCP with some really tough choices. Or a council who decide to do a Christchurch and charge £72 per annum. Will that go up again? As it seems they can't even afford Christmas lights next year, despite that £72 per household, on top of the BCP council tax. Madam Chair, councillors, please put your trust in our communities, our neighbourhood forums, our charities and our resident groups. They already do so much, but they're willing to do more with the support of their existing BCP councillors, and they can do it for far less than an uncapped town council precept. Let's empower them. Let's vote a resounding no to implementation in 2026 and delay it until 2027 as the petition requested. Listen to our residents this time or ignore them at your peril. Thank you.
Councillor, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Farquhar.
Thank you, Chair. I'll get this out of the way to start with. I support Councillor Canavan in that I will be opposing the proposal for a Bournemouth Town Council. And I would reiterate the reason that I'll be abstaining on any other area is because I wouldn't be able to stand in Poole. I wouldn't be able to stand in Broadstone. So I would urge other councillors here individually to actually consider should they be voting on another parish council or a town council in an area where they couldn't stand. So perhaps follow my lead or abstain as you see fit. But I would urge you, if you're not in Bournemouth, don't vote for the Bournemouth Town Council, and if you're not in Poole, vice versa. One of the things which I followed with great interest, this consultation and also the debate, it has stimulated a lot of conversations, mainly that they hadn't heard about it, but also the understanding of why they weren't brought along from the bottom. And as I've watched the scrutiny committee and I've watched Cabinet, then it seems that the answer is fairly obvious. There wasn't really an intention to bring the people along on this particular journey towards town councils. I do believe town councils at an appropriate scale are absolutely ideal. And they do exactly what, they do what it says on the tin, e.g. it produces local democracy for local people to decide how money would be spent locally. While a town council of the scales that we proposed tonight would be the largest in England, that's not possible. It's just not possible. One of the concerns which I've had, and I've admired the passion that the leader has spoken, perhaps unprecedented at ONS, about her own personal ambitions to have a town council, in this particular case imposed, is perhaps misplaced. Because we come back to the Nolan principles. The Nolan principles for every councillor in this room is to act selflessly in the public good and only for the public interest. It is also to be objective and to have integrity. And I think the leader, unfortunately, with her reply to Mrs. Keeling tonight, has failed in those Nolan objectives. And I hope that no councillor here would do the same this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. I spoke on this at Cabinet, and as I said then, I've been really open-minded about this, and I have actually. The conversations I've had, because I've worked with town and parish councillors right across England, and I've seen the good and I've seen the bad. And, you know, they're not a panacea, but I know they can do a lot of good, but they can be problematic. I've read all of the reports, I've discussed it with residents, I've discussed it with fellow councillors, I listened to the Overview and Scrutiny Committee meeting, and I've heard representations from both sides. Now, I know colleagues will talk about the benefits of the Community Governance Review and Town and Parish Councils, but I just have to contest the attempts by the opposition to rewrite history. Now, I've been around many years, and I was intimately involved with the Shadow Authority of Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole Council in 2017, 18 and 19. The Conservative group opposition has really confused me to this, because I've heard questions from Conservative group members about where did this come from. It's been said tonight from somebody about this is a failure of LGR. I've heard things said about it being rushed through, it being corrosive to democracy. This is about principles, democracy and respect. I'd like to jog the memories of the Conservative opposition members and those many ex-Conservative opposition members who are now in a myriad of other groups in this chamber. I'd like to just jog their memories that in 2017-18, Conservative leaders across Dorset produced their Future Dorset document that brought about the creation of Dorset Council and BCP Council. And I looked in that to remind myself what it said about town and parish councils. And this is what, and it's got the Conservative group leader's photo on it, this is what they said. The new councils, Dorset and BCP, would be better placed to work with town and parish councils, embracing proposals for future new town and parish councils. We know Christchurch Town Council was created, Weymouth was created, but the promise and commitment from the Conservative group here to the Right Honourable Sajid Javid MP, the Minister responsible, and to the residents, the promise and commitment from them was that they would embrace proposals for future new town and parish councils. I'd like to ask, why are they now all going back on the word, what they promised residents and what they promised the Minister when they lobbied him to force Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole to merge? They forced it on residents and they promised the Minister they would embrace proposals for new town and parish councils. I'd just like to jog their memory on that, because there seems to be, from what's been said tonight, a lot of them have forgotten about their promises. So you'll forgive me for not putting too much weight on what the opposition members say tonight,
because they've all forgotten the promise they made a few years ago. Why are you going back on the promise that you made to the minister and to the residents? That's what I'd like to ask. Because if you can't answer that, I'm not really listening to what you're saying tonight, because your opinions seem to just flow with the political winds. So I'd really like to know why you're going back on your promise.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Andy Martin, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few points, really, a few parochial points, I suppose. And some colleagues will have heard me say some of this before, but I think it's worth restating tonight of all nights, particularly when we've got a lot of people in the gallery. So I come to this debate not just as a BCP councillor, but as somebody who served on parish councils for about 15 or 16 years in two batches, for the last 6.5 years as vice chairman of the Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council. So I think I can bring some perspective to the debate. First, on the consultation, I think that has frankly been characterised by hysteria, manipulation, misinformation and mischief making. And that's perfectly clear in the Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council results as well, because the overwhelming percentage of responses about Highcliffe came from outside Highcliffe, from Poole, Bournemouth and other places. And those responses, a cut and paste job, variously reported that Highcliffe Parish Council is a waste of money, poorly managed, unnecessary and should be abolished. But as I say, that was in the main people who didn't live in Highcliffe and Walford. So I don't see how any credibility can be given to that part of the consultation at least. So, and if we were to follow what the consultation said as far as that's concerned, presumably I should be voting for the abolition of Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council, Christchurch Town Council, Herne and Burton. So what I want to do is to look at what a poorly managed, should be abolished, waste of money parish council actually looks like. So it looks like a parish council that runs nature reserves and play areas, invests in arts and culture to the tune of about 50 grand a year in different events. And that's what I call an insurance policy, Councillor Canavan. We wouldn't have those events if we didn't have the parish council, because those events would not be funded. We're investing in health and well-being in our community because we're giving money to the Coda Music and Arts Trust to do research and work with Parkinson's. We're investing 70,000 in our public toilets. There's no way BCP can give us 70 grand to invest in our public toilets in Highcliffe. 50,000 in the High Street, £10,000 for Christmas lights. I could go on, there's much more. And the cost of that, lots of figures have been banded around. In Highcliffe, it's 32 quid a year. It's about 10 coffees, not even that in a coffee shop. So I think that gives a bit of an idea of what parish councils do. Highcliffe and Walford Parish Council, by the way, in the last 6 years has never been asked to take anything on by BCP Council. In fact, the opposite is true. We've been asking to take things off BCP Council. And I think it's also worth noting that all the members of the parish council are community-minded volunteers and do not get allowances and have never asked for any. And my last point I must get this in to Councillor Rampton, talking about people who vote for this will be remembered at the ballot box. And I understand that, because I know you've got really good experience on that. That's why there's only 8 of you left there after the fiasco of your Tory administration in the last few years. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Canavan. Point of order.
Find out in a moment.
I'm going to ask the Chief Executive. Apparently you could not be heard online. Well,
Still nothing.
when he takes his headphone.
Councillor Canavan, can you hear me now? Right. I think the problem is that you could not be heard online, which is a shame, but I'm not going to ask you to repeat the whole thing, so I'm sure they'll manage. Councillor Sharon Carr-Brown.
Thank you, Chair. I'm speaking this evening about the proposals for a Bournemouth Town Council. I've spoken before about what we're doing in Queen's Park and Charminster with our neighbourhood forum. So this evening, I want to focus on the principles around parish councils. I think there are three tests. Are they what the people want? Are they more democratic? Are they the best way to improve services? I'll save you the suspense. The answer to all three is no. I've spoken against the introduction of parishes in Bournemouth from the outset, and now we know that 3/4 of consultees agree with me. We had a consultation, the results were clear, let's abide by them. Hardly anyone understood the first stage of this process, but it still brought us here. The fact that it was piecemeal for Bournemouth, leaving a hodgepodge area behind that no one quite knew what to do with, is why we're now talking about creating the largest town council in the country in the name of localism. Not one person from my ward has written to me in support of a parish council, and there was no application for one. Plenty of people have written to me opposing this council, confused as to why the results of the consultation are being ignored, and why we're now being asked to vote on a proposal that wasn't even in the consultation. The legitimacy of parish councils is founding on their being more local and closer to the people. But what are we proposing here? My ward would be split into two, which is confusing and outlines the inherent difficulty of where to draw the boundaries. It would also be twice the size of the current ward with the same number of councillors. I'll let you do the maths, but we can all see instantly that it's half as local and half as democratic. It's also ridiculous that the first elections are being held outside of the normal electoral cycle, which is a recipe for low turnout and a further erosion of the democratic mandate. We know that most parish councils' elections are uncontested. Nationally this year, 2/3 were uncontested and only 18% actually held an election. And that's to control nearly £160 million worth of taxpayers' money. Does that strike you as more democratic? It really feels like this proposal is an admission that BCP isn't working. 6 years in, it's too early to throw in the towel. We have to do better for our residents, yes, but this isn't the way to do it. Bournemouth residents will pay double the precept they currently pay for the same tier of government. Our residents have known all along that this was about raising money. As soon as the proposals from the Task and Finish group were out, the administration pivoted to focus on all the shiny things people could get with their new precept powers. But this is not the time to load extra costs on households. A town council for Bournemouth fails all three tests comprehensively. People don't want it, it will be starkly less democratic, and it will cost people more for the services they're already paying for. Parish councils don't exist without a precept, and they're not the answer to our problems. It's the responsibility of the administration to find the solutions within this multi-million-pound organisation and not farm it out elsewhere. I am finishing. So I can't support this proposal and will be voting against in Bournemouth. I'm listening to the people of the area and town I represent. That's my job. And I urge those of you who don't represent a Bournemouth seat, if you can't vote against, to respect the wishes of the people enough to abstain. I will reciprocate. Don't foist something on people they don't want. Listen to them, respect them, and vote accordingly.
Councillor Moore.
If I leave it alone. There you go. Okay, shall I start again? Thank you for that. Well, currently, we all pay a precept of over £2 per annum for a chartered trust. And this was sold to us at local government reorganisation as being much the same as giving us town mayors and town councils. But this was incorrect. We now find charter trust status to be completely ineffective. And these charter trusts have been described as having a parish council with no powers. Replacing the existing charter trusts with town and parish councils would immediately enable better support for civic and community events which celebrate or commemorate each of our town's histories. It's already known that as unitary and principal authorities get bigger, they move further away from what people on the ground want and need. Parish and town council face of democracy and deal with the small things that make the lives of residents so much better and more fulfilling. And this is where town and parish councils come into their own. It's the everyday things that matter most to residents, and parish and town councils can restore civic pride and identity and support and empower their communities. Poole and Bournemouth are the only two towns in Dorset not to have town or parish councils. This means we are literally missing out on all the benefits they bring to our communities. And it's for these reasons that I will be supporting the recommendations tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Connolly.
Thank you. So I am absolutely staggered that the administration is going ahead with these proposals in Bournemouth. I don't think you can have any idea what the consequences of this will be for public trust, and I beg you to withdraw your support for the Bournemouth plan. I raised my concerns with the previous proposals earlier in the year, but I was reassured that you were just going to go out to the public and would look at what they said. Well, it's very clear what they've said. They reject the idea outright, but the administration are pressing on regardless. So it seems that the plan all along was to create councils that BCP can just voice services and assets onto. You know, we'll be told we're selling this play park. If you want it that much, raise a precept and pay for it. Now, I just wish the administration had been straight from the start and said that you were going to replace the charter trustees come hell or high water. And we might have taken a different approach and come up with a different proposal. So before I go on, I wanted to flag how unimpressed I am with the argument that despite the response, the public do in fact support it. This is unevidenced and is far from my experience. And to be clear, not responding to a consultation is not tacit consent. It's outrageous to suggest it is and deeply undermines trust in BCP. I also want to point out that all the comments I've heard in favour of the proposals are about the benefits of parish and town councils in principle. Now, I'm really happy, Councillor Cox, that you like Christchurch Town Council so much, but can anyone explain to me why this proposal on the table for Bournemouth is the right one? So, you know, why this size? Why these wards? Why are these election dates? Now, this Bournemouth plan has been put together in the last few weeks after the consultation has closed and has not been put to the public. And it's quite different to the proposals that did go to the public. So for one thing, this new massive Bournemouth Council has far too few councillors for its size. It will be over twice the size of Christchurch and only 3 councillors more. Now, the working group seemed to think that when consultation responses said fewer councillors, that's what they wanted, but I think they just meant less layers of councillors, and that's what residents have told me they meant. So there are going to be half the councillors from my area than there are BCP councillors, so they'll be even more stretched than we are, which defeats the point of community governance and the community-led basis of this. Now, a smaller number of councillors brings risks with it. It's a narrower skill set, with narrower experience mix and ability to challenge, which will be important as this council will have the capacity to raise millions very rapidly because of its size. I don't know why the proposals don't match the existing charter trustee wards, for example. So I just want to flag also the loss of our current community-led governance around SIL that accompanies the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan, steering group there. The loss of this genuinely community-driven governance is a real step backwards. So in short, we don't need a Bournemouth Council. The public doesn't want one. If you were determined to make something happen, we could have done this better. So in my view, councillors not living in Bournemouth are pushing this through, and it's set up to fail. So I'm disappointed, I'm worried about it, and I'll be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vicky Slade.
Thank you, Chair. Earlier today, I was sitting on the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, which will see England covered by mayoral strategic authorities and devolve power from Whitehall to the regions. I know I get all the farm jobs. At the same time, all of those areas in England that still have districts are being reorganised, much as we were in 2019, to form unitary authorities, moving decisions from town hall up to county hall.
The loss of those districts, something that still stings in places like Christchurch and other parts of Dorset, will reduce the number of councillors in some areas by 90%, and see what has happened here in some Somerset and other parts of the country happen, where despite the best efforts of councils, both officers and members, we have seen budget cuts to youth services, community funding, culture and local maintenance, all the things that make local places thrive, and civic roles that help shape our identities reduced to the bare minimum in name only. Around the country, councils are busy looking at how they can transfer local museums and community centres to their town councils, how parishes can support nature recovery, how funds can be ring-fenced for neighbourhoods. And in places without town and parish councils, they are being hurriedly formed around the country. In fact, today, during that bill committee, one Conservative MP asked the government to commit funding to make sure that places that don't have town and parish councils could set them up. Failing to establish town and parish councils when BCP Council was formed was a huge mistake. I raised it during the shadow years. I think it was described by a member that is still in the chamber today as a vicar of Dibley. It was a mistake not made by Christchurch nor by Weymouth, and we need to correct that now, and we have the democratic mandate to do so. Many people I've spoken to in my community assumed this was happening. They voted for us, they knew that this was something that we supported. They have been confused about why a tiny proportion of the electorate are trying to stop what we said at the last election we were going to do. They want to see us get on and do it. And when they hear allegations that it's going to cost them hundreds of pounds, one woman stopped me angrily last week and claimed that it was going to cost £175 a month. When I explained to her, no, it's more likely to be closer to £5 per month, she was flabbergasted because she had been told over and over again that this was something that was going to cost her a fortune. So for everyone who's complained that our coronation beacon lighting was pathetic, that the state of our benches, bins, lights and signs is tatty, for everyone who believes we could retain thriving community centres, youth clubs and sports groups, if they just had a little bit of support, then, like I say, let's fix it. With £1 a week, we can restore civic pride, unlock other funding, and give our mayors tools to celebrate our town's identity, which is what we've been asked to deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, sorry, beg your pardon. Now, critics of this proposal, and I appreciate there are a few, say that we're not listening to the consultation. Well, that's clearly not true, because there have been fundamental changes from the original proposals in terms of the numbers of councils and the numbers of proposed councils. They claim it costs too much money, but it doesn't cost. The new councils, the cost of the new councils will be very small, less than £1 a week for the average bandee. When the elected town councillors do get elected, then it's up to them to decide. And I'll wager, Councillor Connolly, that they will be contested. They will be very heavily contested, those elections. They claim, the critics claim there'll be more bureaucracy. Well, that's not true, because town councils up and down the country provide fantastic services at a fraction of the cost of the big unitaries. And Councillor Bartlett over there, he complains bitterly about the failure of BCP. Well, that might be his opinion, but actually BCP has saved hundreds of millions of pounds, actually, in terms of the cost of running this council. And we, in this administration, have saved £50 million in the last 2 years. So that has enabled us to keep some of the non-statutory services that we already run. So please, now I understand why Conservatives, complain that there's a bit too much tax. It's in their campaigning DNA, although not in their achievements, unfortunately. But I don't understand Labour, Greens and Independents who complain about the funding of local facilities, yet are not willing to enable a new sustainable source to protect what we have already and maybe provide a bit more. Make no mistake, if you bothered to read the latest MTFP, you would recognise the next budget will be brutal. Having a functioning lower tier does provide an insurance policy for the vulnerable local services and will and insure us against the ravages of Rachel Reeves's next budget, I can assure you. The vast majority of the country have them. A third of BCP already have them. So let's enable the rest of BCP to enjoy that protection. I appreciate it's not going to be easy against the baying mob of the social media. We are here, Councillor Farquhar, we are here to act for the interests of all of BCP, not just a little corner of it. I would rather do my best for the future of BCP and lose my seat at the next election than be cowed by an angry mob, whipped up by misinformation. Members, we all need to be brave about this, and we need to do what's best for the long-term interests of BCP, and that's why I hope we're supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Trent.
Thank you, Chair. Right. BCP Council was created in a rush at the expense of the 3 individual towns. Christchurch was not convinced and held a referendum. That referendum showed that 84% were against the forced merger, but the dominant group and the other 2 towns, both one-stop unitary councils, pressed ahead anyway. Some poor councillors requested a referendum, was also overruled by the dominant group, 35 out of 42, and they pressed ahead with a forced merger. The same councillors who bulldozed through BCP have been sending out relentless propaganda against town councils. They have deliberately undermined the consultation, one that followed preset rules, with cherry-picked misleading information designed to get a negative response. These were largely from the very same group that dominated the 2 biggest councils back in 2016, 54 out of 57 in Bournemouth and 35 out of 42 in Poole, albeit that they have since broken up into several groups in order to hang on to their seats. Bournemouth and Poole were offered the stopgap of having charter trustees. Poole charter trustees did what they could to make the stopgap measure work for the town, its history and identity. But last year, King's Council opinion ruled that much of what we're doing was outside our remit. This included helping maintaining long-standing traditions like beating of the sea bands, supporting our twinning things, and helping maintain long-standing traditions. Remembrance Day is deemed to be a BCP responsibility rather than the constituent charter trust towns. Celebrating VE and VJ days this year was difficult. Thankfully, the Royal British Legion and Society for Poole supported an event which many charter trustees attended. I won't go into the default position because I see the time's running short. Both Poole and Christchurch lost their civic centres through Christchurch as a town council can maintain at least one of its old buildings exclusively for civic purposes. In my year as Mayor of Poole, we effectively worked out the back of a car, and a lot of our civic past is hidden away, wrapped in bubble wrap, in an office in Bournemouth. By contrast, Bournemouth still has its town hall and mayor's parlour, situated within the now renamed BCP Civic Centre. This is not to say that Bournemouth does not have anything to gain from creating a town council. Much of Poole was the last authority in Dorset to give up its open access youth services, and there is pressure in some Bournemouth residents to maintain the Bournemouth Air Festival. Both towns have residents that would like more spent on street cleansing, parks and Christmas lights. I urge people to stop playing politics and support their towns and the outlying communities that make the area what it is. Support our histories, our identities, and look at ways of bringing back local pride and sense of ownership.
Thank you, Councillor. Is that a point of order, Councillor McCormack?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to propose a for a seconder, if anybody is willing to second.
Can you repeat that, Councillor McCormack, that you're asking that the question now be put?
under Constitution Rule 14.16, I would like to propose that the question now be put.
Members, we do have a suggestion that we stop the debate and go to the question. How do people feel about that? Personally, I'm not content with that because we have a lot more speakers and I think there is a lot more ground to cover. So, can I just say that? That's in the corner?
Yes, they know.
A request for a comfort break.
Yeah.
So this feels like a
Yeah.
things for Q&A.
Yeah, no, I know that. So we don't have the question being put.
Just put that.
Yeah. Right. Rather than go to the question now being put, I was going to suggest that we go to our comfort break at past. I was going to ask that Marion put her point, but is everybody wanting to go and get a cup of coffee now and then continue the debate, or do you want to end the debate? Or neither of those things, just stay here. 10-minute break, right. I think I'm going to call for a 10-minute break. Can you leave your machines, councillors, can you leave your machines absolutely as they are, or else we'll lose all the speakers? Right, members, is everybody back that needs to be back? Can I just say one thing before we restart the debate? That I'm letting people go over because I think everybody is very keen to say their piece. But could you please, and especially people that have written it down, make sure that you're within your 3 minutes, if not well within, because we got well over 20 speakers, and at 3 minutes ago, we're going to be here till next week. So my next speaker is Councillor Pedovin. Sorry, I'm so sorry, Marion, I never say that right. Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to assure everybody that members of the CGR Working Party, of which I was one, went through all the representations fully and carefully. So in that sense, we have listened, but listening is not the same as agreeing. And so, particularly on social media, people have been fed so much misinformation, misleading information, scaremongering information even, that it's not at all surprising but they believed it. And this was reflected in many of the responses. And I want to take up some of the things that were said, or the things that have been said since. And I'm starting with the obvious one: nobody wants them, parish and town councils. Well, that's blatantly not true. There was quite a lot of support, even in the consultation. And it was very noticeable that people who had personal, direct experience of town and parish councils were very much in favour of them, particularly, obviously, in the Christchurch area, but also people who've seen parish and town councils in neighbouring areas. And, for instance, there was one person who said, and I'm quoting verbatim, "We can see the success of Corfmullen, Wimborne and Upton in driving the community forward." And I find it quite hypocritical of people who are supporting the continuation of the current parish councils or town councils, but are not supporting new ones, and therefore depriving the rest of the population of the advantages that come from having parish and town councils. Some people said our existing councillors should do the job they were elected for. A town council will only do things that should be being done by BCP. Well, as we know, BCP and other top-tier unitary authorities are responsible for certain statutory services, adult and children's social care, the big ones, housing, waste collection, transport, so on. 20 years ago and more, there was plenty of money in the pot to do all that and the nice things, the extras, hanging baskets, public toilets. That isn't true. Now councils are getting barely enough money to cover those statutory requirements. And if you take SEND into account, we're not even getting enough. So the extras don't happen in Poole and Bournemouth, particularly now. The alternative is
Councillor, you're over your time now, and I'm going to have to cut you off.
Sorry, I thought we were allowed to. Other people have gone over.
No, I'm taking it from now, else we'll be here, as I say, till next week. Thank you. Councillor Butt, I'm going to call you next. Councillor Butt. Thank you.
Thank you. Just sort myself out. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you. Okay, ready. Madam Chairman, I speak tonight as the Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole councillor with no parochial boundaries, representing all our residents, those very residents who have no alternative but to place their trust in us. I will not rehearse the gross errors and omissions and the injustices of the CGR review. Our residents already fully understand them. Tonight isn't about the past, it's about whether we stand with our residents or we stand against them. This administration says it wants to bring democracy to the people. That cannot be done by ignoring their clearly stated will. We're told that 74% of residents who said no are irrelevant because that's less than 1% of the electorate. As usual, the act of taking part reduced to an insult and our residents' demonstrable voice ignored. However, let's flip the coin. If 74% have said yes, Would this council be saying, oh no, it's less than 1%, so we can't proceed? Of course not. Ed Davey would be back and twirling through Bournemouth Pleasure Gardens faster than he could declare, the people have spoken. What we're witnessing in BCP Council is nothing short of a disgrace. The slow destruction of our democratic imperative. Decisions that shape our communities have clearly been made behind closed doors. Consultations little more than a tick-box exercise, and the voices of the residents, the very people this council is meant to serve, are being sidelined. Democracy isn't a courtesy, it's a right. It demands openness, accountability, and genuine consent, not manipulation, not predetermined outcomes dressed up as engagement. When transparency is lost and consultation becomes cynical performance, the foundation of local government crumbles. We must not stand by tonight while our residents' right to representation is eroded. We must speak out, we must challenge, and I remind this council that authority flows upward from the people. Without the people, there is no legitimacy and no democracy. However, according to Councillor Cox in the chamber tonight, Nanny knows best, and we should get back in our box and do as we're told, talk to the hand because the face ain't listening. Colleagues, this is the final decision. There's no going back. Please have courage. Support all residents in BCP as to what they have told you they would wish for. They have no other voice in their chamber but yours. Support them all. Stand with them. Do not abandon them. To do otherwise would destroy their trust in you forever. And, of course, be political suicide. That choice tonight is yours. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Pete Miles, please.
I think I was before Councillor Butt on that, but still I've been...
Can I just say that Councillor Butt apparently fell off the list. I don't know how that was possible.
Shocking.
Councillor Butt managed it.
Anyway, firstly, I must say I'm rather torn by all this and should call out a few rumours that we have read on social media from our closet reform candidates who I welcomed here tonight. We do have councillors in Poole that have Poole's interest at heart. Councillors like Tony Trent, and who wouldn't drag us into something that was detrimental to the town. Because if you've worked with Tony, you know he's an honest man, and Poole is his love. And Tony doesn't always vote with his party. And we have to look at our neighbours with Corfmullen, Wimborne, and Christchurch that do very well with their town councils. And hopefully, if we did go down this route, we would actually employ a proper qualified town clerk like Corfmullen, where every penny is accounted for, and where they even apply for grants to assist in their budget. And it works really well in Corfmullen. But all this should have been done when BCP was created. And you know why it wasn't, although Christchurch scraped through? Because there wasn't a plan. The Conservative administration took us into this without a clue, not even giving us residents a vote on something so major, the same administration that the last speaker was part of. It's a pity that she wasn't more vocal then than she has been about this and actually voted against the merger. I mean, just look what's left of the Conservative Party in here tonight. And there's something else about all political parties, that when they do have the numbers in this chamber, they seem to lose the knack of voting on their own feet. So the creation of BCP has been a real detrimental to our towns, I believe. It was about Tory power and control, absolutely nothing to do with saving money and better services for the residents, hence its failure and the hatred of BCP. This is why there is opposition here tonight about this, because people feel cheated about BCP's performances. So do I have faith in BCP pulling this off? Not really. I mean, just look at the process. We've only reached a fraction of the population, so something even went wrong with that. At the moment, I don't think it's necessary, and plus, as an authority, we're skin. But the most pressing factor, and this is my point, which is slightly different to everybody else's here tonight, is that people in our country really are struggling with finance, whether it's financially, mentally, physically, spiritually, struggling to make ends meet. And the future really does look bleak, particularly with some of the recent policies from this hapless Labour government. So the most important thing for all this is that our mayoralties are in safe hands and go forward. You know, we did have a vehicle to promote our towns in the mayoralty called the Charter Trustees.
Councillor Miles, you've had your time, thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Thank you very much, Councillor Miles. At the coffee break, he came up to me and said that he hates following me because apparently I say everything he's going to say. Well, he's pretty much said exactly what I was going to say. So thanks for returning the favour. I became a councillor because I attended a shadow authority meeting where discussion was made, as I think some councillors put forward the parishing of Poole and Bournemouth. And it was that absolute duplicitous approach from the then, what seemed to be a conservative majority in the shadow authority, to not have localism and representation, as Councillor Brown pointed out in the guidance document, and the lies that were being sold in the creation of BCP. So I decided to stand as a town councillor and a BCP councillor. I lost the first time, but ever since, so for about the last 8 years, I have stood on the ticket of localism and town councils, and I'm happy to stand on it again and see my majority go up even more, unlike the incredible shrinking party we're seeing opposite. I can list, as many have done before, the wonderful things that town council does. We get to claim, obviously, a proportion of our SIL money and get to spend it. We also get to raise a precept. Yes, we have increased our precept now from around £35 up to just over £70. We did that last year because we wanted to buy the car park. We had to do it for financial reasons for the Public Works Loan Board. We haven't set our budget for this year, but I see no reason for us to increase our budget. We are actually going to be in a sound financial position to spend more money on things like the cricket ground, community grants, £20,000 for local charities, Christmas lights, Councillor McCormack. We've got the money to spend on it. Flower beds, play parks, splash parks, VE festivals, VJ festivals, all the things that people say to me like, oh, I wish we could do those in Poole. I'll be honest, I don't get to hear that about Bournemouth very much. I'm very disappointed that Bournemouth hasn't come forwards, and those Bournemouth councils haven't come forward with a better way to parish Bournemouth. But, you know, we've had to come up with a solution for Bournemouth in the absence of actually having something relevant. So, you know, surprising, I am going to support it because I'm a BCP councillor, Councillor Farquhar, not just a Christchurch councillor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sidway.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to start by thanking Councillor Waters and members of the Task and Finish Group for the excellent job they've done so far in producing this report in some pretty tough circumstances. So, I'm convinced that a town council is the best thing for Broadstone. For too long, we have been begging for crumbs from Poole Borough Table and most recently BCP. This is an opportunity for Broadstone residents to have a much greater say in where the money that's raised in Broadstone is spent. I campaigned hard for a town council for Broadstone, and virtually everyone who came to any of my sessions, and there were a lot of them, went away very happy to have a town council once they understood the truth. However, there are councillors in this chamber tonight who led a campaign, fear, misinformation and lies, whipping residents up to believe that it will cost them hundreds of pounds and it's just a way for unitary councils to pass off services. You will have seen the Poole Conservatives leaflet, widely shared by Poole Engage and now our friends in Reform, saying there were secret plans, forgetting that we'd actually told everybody about them. They compared us to Weymouth, ignoring the fact that the town council was specifically created to replace the borough council following LGR and deliver some of the same services, such as the beach. That's not the question here, and they know that. The only argument worthy of discussion, in my opinion, is cost, given the current cost of living crisis. But I was suggesting a precept of £5 a month. And if you already receive discounts because of hardship or single parents, I think we had one of those in the Conservative Party recently, then that would still apply to the precept as well. They also completely ignored the benefits, some of which have been mentioned tonight. In Broadstone, I think we would take some services over time because I think we would want that to happen, but they would be the ones that we want to take on. But the projects we could run to build more play parks, facilities for our children, ensure our youth club is saved, better Christmas lights, a community bus, and support our community events to make sure they are not lost. Throughout the sessions I ran, I was very clear on the importance of securing a positive outcome from the survey. There were only 305 responses, and of that, only 59% said no. However, I strongly believe that we asked a question and have to listen to the answer. So, against my own personal beliefs, I can't support this today.
Councillor Harman, please.
Thank you, Chair. When I first sat down to think about what I was going to say tonight, I didn't want to be too negative. Those of you in the room that know me know I'm not a very negative individual. However, it was impossible for me to not draw comparisons between the misleading propaganda spouted during the Brexit campaign and some of what we have seen on leaflets and online during the CGR consultation period. Of course, we all remember the big red bus and promise of 350 million being redirected to the NHS. Nonsense that secured the leave vote of many, now also regretted by so many. Not only is hindsight a wonderful thing, so is the truth. During this campaign, we have heard accusations of secret plans and hidden costs, like Councillor Sidaway's just mentioned. And as he mentioned, there never was a secret plan. And as far as I'm aware, no costs have been intentionally concealed. This fluid use of language and divisive rhetoric has been used to scaremonger and spread fear amongst our residents. And despite how angry this makes me, I'm trying really hard to stay positive. I stood for election back in 2023 because I wanted to make Poole a better place for the next generation. Our town is brilliant. It's steeped in history and unique in identity. And if we don't do something now, we risk losing so much of what makes all of our towns and their wonderful, unique communities so brilliant. We all know that as budgets are squeezed, it's the nice-to-haves that we lose. And I'm not okay with this. The residents of Parkstone are not okay with this. I'm told time and time again that people want, as we've heard, Christmas lights in Ashley Cross, council-run VE and VJ Day celebrations in Poole Park, parades, flower arrangements, more bins and better youth provision. And something that's been striking over the last few months is the lack of a tangible alternative being offered up by any other political party. Loud in their dissent, but silent with their solutions. And listening to the ONS board a few weeks back, I heard several councillors say, we've already got brilliant community groups delivering for our local areas. And if you listen to some of those opposition voices, you often hear BCP need to manage their finances better. On the former, I would say, you're right. There are some brilliant community groups out there. I've been a member of a fair few myself. But relying on a small group of already overwhelmed individuals time and time again is not fair or sustainable in the long term. And on the latter, given that BCP avoided almost certain bankruptcy not too long ago, making very hard decisions along the way, I'd say that the leadership are doing a pretty good job of managing the finances already in an increasingly hostile climate and with so many elements out of their control. Voting for town councils empowers our communities in a secure and bespoke way. Voting for town councils means we can protect our civic pride, protect our history, and protect our identity. And finally, voting for town councils shows we are not giving up on our towns. We are protecting them and investing in them for the next generation.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Wright, please.
We were elected to represent our residents, but more than that, we were elected to make decisions on behalf of our residents on the day-to-day running of BCP. To this end, we make assumptions and value judgments about what we think is best for our residents, given that they knew what we stood for when we were elected. So on issues big and small, this chamber decides on the direction of services, projects, administration, and so on. This is done without having to have a referendum every 2 minutes on every little thing, because we were elected to make decisions on behalf of our residents. However, everything I've just said goes by the wayside if we ask a question. And we have asked the question on town councils, and we have got an answer on town councils. And that answer is a resounding no on all areas. Well, all the three on Poole, Bournemouth and Broadstone. If you inflict this on the people of Poole, Bournemouth and Broadstone, you will be betraying the people that elected you and put you in the seats you're now sitting and trusted you to do the job you promised, which was to represent their wishes.
And no one here can say that they don't understand the wishes of the people of Paul, Bournemouth and Broadstone, because they have told you. They have expressed what they want. So it's a no for Paul, a no for Bournemouth, and a no for Broadstone. And if it's a no for Bournemouth, it's also anyone thinking of voting no for Bournemouth and not for Paul, it's the same. It should be a no for every area that's being proposed to be parished. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Allen, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm a local resident and I look at my town and I expect my representatives, the excellent officers of this council and the leaders of the council to make really good decisions on a daily basis. But, and I'm agreeing with my colleague, if you then ask somebody a question, you should listen to the answer. Now, if you ask me a question, if you go ahead and do something on my behalf, and it's not quite what I want, I may be annoyed by that, but that's democracy, and that's what councils are there for, to run our towns. However, if you ask me a question, and my question is very clearly, I don't want something, but I found out that the majority do want it, and it goes ahead, again, I might be a little bit annoyed, but at least democracy has prevailed. If you ask me a question, and I say, no, I don't want this, and then I find out that actually, everybody agrees with me. I'm in the majority. And then what happens? I'm ignored. All those other people ignored, and everything just goes ahead. Am I annoyed? No, I'm furious because you've just ignored me. And actually, why do we ask people their opinion if all we're going to do is ignore them? Why do we ask people their opinion if you've already decided you're going to do this? And let's be honest, I think you did well before you even did a consultation. So I say, listen to the responses. The answer was no. You have to represent your residents and vote no tonight. Because if you don't, it really is not democracy. I listened to the Task and Finish group. I listened to colleagues talking about the fact that this wasn't democracy. And do you know what? I was really ashamed because this is not democracy, because it's not listening to the residents' voice. And I just think that we need to represent our residents. That's why we were elected. And just one other point that I would like to make, which Councillor Miles mentioned, and I do think this is important. There are families that are literally living day to day, and any increase of the money that they're going to have to spend, any increase in their council tax could literally just tip them over the edge. So just be careful when you start increasing people's monthly, yearly bills, that you're doing it for the right reason, and this is definitely not the right reason. And my answer to Councillor Brown is the reason why we're not supporting this, even though it may well have been in a very old manifesto that you've obviously kept in your back drawer, is we're not supporting this because it's not what the residents want. And anything that's really going to be community-led and have a community benefit should be bottom up. It should come from the community and be led by the community. And I think there was a very good example of a community-led initiative tonight when we saw that excellent petition that was presented by Joe Keeling.
Thank you, Councillor.
That is bottom-up democracy, and this is not democracy. Please vote against it. Thank you.
Councillor Keddy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be speaking on behalf of my residents in Queen's Park and Charminster, and I will be speaking against the formation of Bournemouth Town Council in particular. We've heard a lot from councillors opposite about the benefits of town councils and the lack of solutions being presented. In Queen's Park and Charminster, we already had effective governance in the form of the Queen's Park and Charminster Neighbourhood Forum and charities. In the past year alone, we have secured hundreds of thousands of pounds for community projects. And I'd like to take a moment to list off some of our achievements versus what have been presented by the councillors opposite. We have secured the Woodpecker Play Area Regeneration, which has been brought forward thanks to a 75k grant. The Queen's Park Wildlife Pond is getting essential works and a new viewing platform. Grant funding has kicked off youth football in a disused playing field. Volunteers launched a community garden with a wildlife-themed mural that has just been completed. Every green space within the forum area is getting vital repairs and upgrades. We have just begun another community-led consultation to secure funds for a second play park in the area. We have taken a hyper-local, place-based approach, and it is working. There's a great deal of funding out there if you have the right structures set up. One charitable trust that I've been speaking to is looking to spend 100 million on place-based investment over the next 10 years. And there are more trusts out there like that that can be leveraged with the right structures in place in our wards. Our model has worked phenomenally well without the need for an extra layer of elected bureaucracy or an additional council tax burden on residents. And whichever I look at it, a Bournemouth Town Council would fundamentally undermine the local governance model that we have built. The forum would become defunct and absorbed into the Town Council. The 25% SIL uplift that comes from our neighbourhood plan being accepted would be pulled centrally. We risk being on the periphery competing against 9 other wards and a town centre that doesn't generate any SIL funding at all. I cannot support a proposal that removes governance at the most granular level, that centralises SIL funding away from the closest point to development and creates an additional council tax charge for residents, and effectively leaves us worse off than we are now. I would like to briefly draw members' attention to the devolution bill, which has had its second reading, and their focus on hyperlocal neighbourhood governance and neighbourhood area committees. Clause 58 will make providing neighbourhood governance a statutory duty for local authorities. The Bournemouth Town Council will be far from hyperlocal.
Thank you,
It would be
Councillor.
the largest
Can you
town
close
council in
now?
the country. Thank you.
Councillor Armstrong, please.
Because that is simply not true. My colleague here has just outlined a number of alternatives, and I also want to echo his words. So I'm going to set out very clearly for you what can be achieved by community partnerships without any town councils. So I'm going to use my own ward as an example. I have always believed that local democracy should mean decisions made by communities for communities at the lowest possible level. But this proposal for new town and parish councils isn't community-led. It's top-down bureaucracy dressed up as localism. The proposed town council areas don't reflect a natural community, and it's so large it would dilute local voices, not empower them. In my ward of East Cliff and Springbourne, we have spent the last 2 years building real bottom-up democracy, not waiting for it to be handed down to us. We have a designated neighbourhood area, a developing forum under the Localism Act, and a growing network of constituted community groups, Friends of East Cliff and Springbourne, Friends of Niverton and Spencer Gardens, Friends of Boscombe Chine Gardens, and now a newly forming Friends group to protect our Springbourne Library. These are resident-led, constituted groups that can apply for and hold funds, deliver projects and coordinate volunteers. Real community power in action and providing their own insurance policy, Councillor Cox, for a sustainable community. Together, we've brought in over £103,000 in external funding in less than 2 years, and this is only the beginning. The funding is already delivering tangible improvements such as new bins, CCTV, play equipment, park upgrades in 2 of our parks, pond restoration, a volunteer hub, community events, a children's library area, and shared community resources, the very things that we are being told a parish council might claim to do. But we are doing it, and we know that it works, and it does not cost residents a penny more, and there is no town council anywhere near it. So in my view, and that of my residents, it's very simple. If it isn't broken, don't try to fix it, because it's not local democracy that's broken. It's the way our councils are funded by central government, and no community should be made to foot that bill. This proposal is a tax on the wrong people, and frankly, it's more of the same kind of politics. Pass the buck,
and tax the very residents who are already doing the work. Our communities deserve so much better than being charged for work that they're already achieving in themselves. Community is alive and kicking in East Cliff and Springbourne, and all without that extra layer of bureaucracy. I just want to say something about the lack of transparency around how much
Councillor,
this will
I'm
cost.
sorry, you've gone.
Okay, thank
over
you,
your
Chair.
time.
It's just to echo about the cost of living issues for residents. Thank you.
Councillor Cameron Adams.
Look, I accept many of particularly the Labour group's reasoning, but I'll be voting against each of the proposals for the town councils because, in my opinion, the arguments made against Bournemouth apply equally to Poole and Broadstone in equal measure, and the fact that we should listen to consultations we do, otherwise the act of doing the consultations becomes increasingly meaningless. We've heard from the Leader of the Council about the wonderful things, the youth clubs and all the other brilliant things that these town councils will be able to do. I've just had a look through Throop and Holdenhurst Council's budget book for 24-25. This is what their residents got for just £40 a year. So £40 for each of them. They raised £14,600 from the precept. After the staff, the subscriptions, the paper, the ink, the councillor expenses, the clerk, the training and the insurances, they spent from that £500 on a one-off community project and £250 on notice board maintenance. So at the £15,000, they spent 5% of it on the community projects, which is an exceptional return for their council tax. I accept that the Lib Dems and their alliance colleagues are going to do what they want and their opinions being dictated to them by their glorious leader before the consultation started and again before the consultation closed. But I hope the Christchurch independents remain somewhat consistent. You've rightly and repeatedly criticised how you were forced into BCP Council against the will of the people of Christchurch. Now you're about to vote to do the same thing you've said was so very appalling and so bad. But if you do something you've said others doing makes them bad, then you become the bad guys as well. The majority of the cross-party councillors, at least in Bournemouth, seem to be completely against these proposals. So you're forcing it on them, and also you're forcing it on the residents more importantly. Or if you use the logic of this administration, the 47% that didn't respond to your referendum in 2017 were all in favour of the merger, so there's no problem. You can either have one position, you can't have both. But if something sounds too good to be true, it normally is. It's a warning we give to our residents, particularly vulnerable ones, at risk of scams, and it's advice I give to my not computer literate dad when he sees adverts pop up for single ladies in his area. The notion that these town councils are going to cost nothing and do everything, I'm sorry, it's just bollocks.
Councillor Phipps.
I'd like to ask again, please, for the closure motion, and that the question now be put. There's 13 more speakers, and we have really done this, I believe. Clause 14.16.2.
Right, members, we have the request that the question now be put. So we're going to go to the vote. Members, can we vote now, please? Councillor Farquhar. Members, have we all got the voting list on our screen now? Right, members, have we all managed to vote now, please? Thank you. Members, thank you. So we go back to the motion. Councillor Waters, you reserved your right. So would you like to speak now and then the leader winds up, please?
To follow up from what Councillor Andy Martin said, there were comments on Highcliffe and Walkford that stated that parish councils shouldn't be created. To state that that parish council shouldn't be created. The same happened in Herne, meaning commenters falsely stated that a parish council that has existed for 130 years was being created now. We had to look through all of the comments in the responses to make sure that that quality level of response wasn't included in our decision-making process. It has been mentioned Bournemouth Town Council has less councillors than BCP, or that the ward boundaries are wrong. The second in the task and finish group had, on Bournemouth, allowed councillors to share this feedback, but unfortunately many councillors refused to participate in discussing the details and made no effort to improve the suggestions. During the lead up to the consultation, I met with several resident groups in Poole to discuss the matter. During those sessions, I spoke through the pros and the cons of town and parish councils. Councillors who have been nothing but negative about the process from the start have failed their residents. Several councillors have mentioned that our decision has been made from the start. Whilst this is patently untrue, I hope councillors who have been posting nothing but negative comments on social media since before the consultation was released and have claimed that some members are predetermined, hold to their own morals today and abstain. Neighbourhood forums have been mentioned today. Unfortunately, whilst this may be beneficial for some areas, not everyone has them and new ones cannot be created as the grants have been cut. A drawbridge mentality actively harms those areas without forums that can no longer have them. These forums rely on grants that may not exist in the future. Town councils will provide funding for all areas of Bournemouth, Poole, Christchurch for the foreseeable future. I think these councils can provide so much good to our residents, and if I lost my seat because of their creation, I'd do so with a smile on my face.
Thank you. Leader, would you like to sum up for us, please?
Thank you, Chairman. So this isn't just policy, and I'd like to thank Councillor Farquhar for pointing it out. It is personal. I was opposed to the creation of BCP Council and the centralisation of decision-making, and I was disgusted that the Conservatives sold my town out so readily, and as we know, they're still paying the price for that, having gone from majority control to just 9 councillors out of 76. I was elected as I stood up against the merger and the formation of BCP Council, but having been elected to lead it, I am proud to use this platform to put power back into the hands of communities. And I'm proud to be a member of the Three Towns Alliance, where localism is at the heart of decision making. Supporting town councils is not about imposing layers of governance, much like the Labour devolution bill might be. It's about enabling communities to act, our towns to provide the safety net for those services that they want to save. It's about trusting residents to know what's best for their towns and giving them the tools to act. Councillor Keddy, you may know I'm involved in a number of community groups in my ward, having founded several, and I work hard for my residents, providing essential community food provision and organising community events. I'm delighted that you have neighbourhood forums, that you have had funding to set them up. But I'd remind you that this has been abolished by central government. No more will be designated, and in fact, Cabinet designated our last one at our recent meeting. External funding is so finite, and I know Zara knows this, that funding competition is tight for community groups. Where's the sense in us competing against each other for small amounts of money? Where's the drive to support volunteers and community organisations like we do at BCP Council, and like we won't be able to continue doing if the government continues on this trajectory? I'm tired of talking about budgets. I know that the same people who have spoken so passionately tonight from Labour, Conservatives and Greens and the new BCP Independents and even Reform will speak equally passionately about the budget when it inevitably means we need to make difficult decisions. I could write Councillor Bartlett's speech for him. The truth is, these things, whilst vital, only serve to keep our head above water as successive red and blue governments increase statutory demand while stripping funding away at the same time. This is the only way to take back control, and it will be a stain on your legacy if you hand it all over to central government cuts. I support town councils because I believe and I trust communities. I believe it is their right to choose, to lead and to thrive. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you, Leader. Now, members, oh, I'm so sorry, Councillor Adams.
Sorry, under 18.3 of the Constitution, can I request a recorded vote on each of the items? But last.
Members, are we agreed on a recorded vote? Yes, I think that's fine. That will come up on the screen, won't it? Right. So I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to set out which bits we're voting on and when, because I have got it here, but I think he'd explain it better than I will. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. So it's really important that we get this right. So I'm just going to run through, because we're actually going to have 8 separate votes. So I'm just going to run through for absolute clarity of what those votes are going to be in advance, and then we'll cycle back through them. So this is in reference to page 171 of the report in front of you, and it's based on the recommendations of the Task and Finish group. So the first vote that you will be considering is regarding the should existing parishes not to be abolished for Burton, Winkton, Herne, Highcliffe, Orkford, Christchurch Town, Throop and Hordenhurst. First vote. The second vote you'll go to then is proposed new parishes not to be established for Redhill, Northbourne, Boscombe, Folkestone and Southbourne. The third vote will be the proposed new parish to be established for Broadstone. Your fourth vote will be the proposed new parish to be established for Poole. fifth vote will be the proposed new parish to be established for Bournemouth. We then, so that's sort of unpacked in a manageable way, the recommendations from the report. We'll then go on to the sixth vote, which is that the head of democratic services be authorised to make all necessary reorganisation of community governance orders to implement the changes agreed by the council. The seventh vote is for the task and finish group to continue to consider the transfer of civic and ceremonial assets, statutory services, precept requirements for year one for each new parish on the basis of minimal transfer and precept, and a report to be presented to full council in due course. And the eighth and final vote takes account of the alteration made at the introduction to this debate, and that's that the Chief Executive is delegated authority to make amendments to the boundary between Bournemouth and Poole to avoid the coexistence of the Charter Trustees and a town council for the respective area. So the point being that final vote is contingent on how the previous votes have gone through. So those are the 8 votes. Just check everybody's clear and comfortable. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chief Executive, and I know everybody has had this round in an email before. Councillor Canavan, are you wishing to put a point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking for your guidance as to when to move the amendments. My intention is to move an amendment to paragraph J in section 117, paragraph J in 116, and paragraph J in 181. All of those will be to remove the words 2026 and replace them with 2027. That's what I'm intending to move. Your guidance as to when I should do that would be appreciated. Thank you.
That's acceptable. He's removing effectively 2026 to 2027, delaying implementation. He's amending any reference.
Yes. Okay. Councillors, Councillor Canavan, I think now is the time to vote on your amendment, which we have all got a copy of, I believe, councillors. Sorry, who was that? I could, if you put your... Yeah. Councillor Canavan sent round his amendments, which he has just mentioned. Now is the time to vote on whether we want to accept those amendments prior to the vote on those particular items that he talks about. I haven't actually got them written down. So, Councillor Canavan, you did have a seconder, I believe, did you? Does Councillor Canavan hear me? Councillor Canavan, did you have a seconder? Yes. Thank you. Councillor Tarling, are you putting a point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am. I think we had a motion to go to the vote. Point of personal clarification. Are we allowed, after we've taken a motion to go to the vote, to then take amendments after that motion?
Sorry, I believe the monitoring officer says that that is correct. So we now have this amendment put forward by Councillor Canavan and seconded by Councillor Carr-Brown. So,
Can you repeat it?
Councillor Canavan or Councillor Carr-Brown, either or, did you distribute this in writing, or do you want to read it out again, please?
Trying to make sure everybody had seen it, Chair, but I'm happy to read it out again. So my proposal is to, in paragraph 117J,
and 116J and 118J to replace 2026 with 2027.
Right, thank you, councillors. We will just send that round, and then once we've got it, we will have just a very brief debate on it. Councillors, Councillor Slade, do you wish to put a point of order?
Thank you, Chair. A point of clarification. The amendment is to change the date of the election to 2027, but does that affect the date that the shadows would come in? Because that's unclear. Obviously, there needs to be a shadow in advance of an election. Thank you.
I think I would need that clarification as well, Councillor Slade. I'm putting it to Mr. Jones is going to help.
Through you, Chair. Just to clarify, so the proposed amendment is to delay the implementation to 2027 in terms of the establishment of the councils and the elections. The question was in relation to shadow council to work through those processes. There is no proposal in the current model to establish a shadow council. that would be through the reorganisation order. Because of the timescales, that's why the proposal was to have the task and finish group to work on all those issues. If the amendment was carried, it would probably come back to you at some point with a supplementary issue around perhaps formally establishing a town council, a shadow council for each of the respective areas in due course.
Councillor Canavan, can you now speak to your amendment, please?
Can you hear me? The purpose of this amendment is to delay the implementation for the proposal for Broadstone, Poole and Bournemouth from 2026 to 2027. Why? Because it's going to save us best part of £1 million. This will run it in conjunction with the 2027 BCP elections, and therefore it should save us some money. I just believe that if we try and have elections next year, not only will they be rushed, but I believe there is ample time between now and 2027 for us to ensure that recommendations C and D that are in the proposals are carried through, because recommendations C and D require several people to do several things in order to make this thing happen. How do we know they're going to do that? Well, we don't, do we? Putting it bluntly, we have to take it on trust that that work is going to be done. I'd quite like to see it, and I think that would give us time in order to be able to see the outcome of recommendations C and D. Thank you.
Councillor Carr-Brown, would you wish to speak? Members, does anybody wish to speak before we go to the vote on this amendment? Well, can you, Councillor Farquhar?
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to Councillor Canavan, I think it makes a lot of sense, particularly since it does save the current council the better wedge of £1 million. But more importantly, it is, as was alluded to and promised, is that the petition that was presented tonight that had double the number of signatures to the number of representations to the consultation actually does get debated at this precise moment in time. And more importantly, it delivers on what the motion asked for, which was a delay to 2027. But from a mechanical perspective, and I think Councillor Canavan's presented it very well, is that it gives more time so that we do a proper job rather than a rush job, should the proposals be voted on tonight to actually succeed.
Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Councillor Canavan for bringing this forward, because actually the important thing here is if the administration are minded to push this through.
Councillor, yes, Councillor, you have a point of order?
1416(2), I don't believe allows for further debate because we have agreed that the motion should be put.
Going to ask the monitoring officer to answer that.
Thank you, Chair. We are in an amendment, and so therefore that proceeds as normal, and it can be debated, and it will then be voted upon.
Yes, Councillor Challoner, you've got half a minute.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Canavan, for bringing this forward. I think the important thing here is that actually by delaying by a year, if you still really want these town councils, you still really believe in them, then why not do the decent thing and save our residents £1 million in the process? Thank you.
Councillor Howell.
Thank you. I'm just a bit worried, having my legal head on, whether actually the wording doesn't achieve what it said it's intended to achieve. If we're delaying, to my mind, the order is what implements what we are proposing to do, which is the creation of town council. I puts it in law that it will happen, and the order would then say it happens in a year's time. I'm concerned in the way it's drafted that if this amendment goes through, the order will be deemed to happen in a year's time, and therefore it will be out of time because it will be beyond the year's process. So we all understand in this chamber what Councillor Canavan said, but I defer to the monitoring officer, but I'd just like him to reconfirm that absolutely we will be approving the town councils, and that would be effective in law in the wording actually, because if it's not, or if there's some doubt, we should have that wording amended so it's clear that it's only the implementation that is delayed. Thank you.
Mr. Watson. Sorry, Mr. Jones will respond again.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. So the reorganisation orders could still proceed. The implementation date will simply state 2027. So the work would still carry on with that. But the 12-month period is not in relation to the reorganisation order in any case. That's a consequential action that follows. The decision you make tonight is the end of that process. We've published the decisions or the recommendations, and tonight is the end of that clock. So that is within the 12-month period. All the rest of it is consequential actions, but the reorganisation orders would still proceed fairly swiftly.
I'm going to take Councillor Connolly. I'm sorry, were you waving, Mark? Oh.
I just wondered, given that I've got the answer to my question, whether I could use up the remaining minute or so of my time.
Well, I don't see why not.
Especially as I didn't get a chance to speak in the previous debate. I'd just like to say that although I think this is a good idea because it's going to save us money, I think the creation of a town council in Poole is really important for the identity of Poole. We've seen the disposal of the civic centre pushed through, I believe, against proper process. We've seen this council drift away from the people, and we need to give the people of Poole that opportunity to invest again in their own communities. And we're speaking as councillors here, but I have the mayor living rent-free in my head, and I know that the mayor visits every week organisations, community organisations that are falling apart because of the lack of support that they have, and a town council could really help us to restore both the identity and community infrastructure in Poole. So I do think it's really important that we go ahead with it. Thank you very much.
I did say that I would take Councillor Connolly and then I would ask for the summing up. So, Councillor Connolly, do you wish to speak now?
Thank you. Yes, just to add briefly, one of the other concerns I have is about low turnout in the elections. I think given we know that they're not popular, given we know that a lot of residents don't know about them, I think that there is a risk of having quite low turnout, and that does not enhance local governance, strong governance, or a strong field of candidates. So I think aligning it with the BCP elections might help with the turnout, as well as saving some of the nearly £1 million cost of the elections. Thank you.
Right. Councillor Allen, I do see you, and then we'll go back to Councillor Carr-Brown. So, Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. I will be very brief. I just want to say that I really hope that we vote against this. And I really hope that everybody stands up for their residents and votes against this when we go to the main vote. But if it isn't passed, then and we do end up having to go forward with this, even though I'm against it, and we end up having to have elections in 2027, I very much support that as an amendment because I think that will save us money, and we are looking at residents that are in significant poverty and really don't want to spend money on things that they don't want. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Now, can I ask Councillor Carr-Brown to speak before Councillor oh dear, yes, Councillor Carr-Brown. Councillor Canavan, can you sum up for us, please?
I think everything's been said, Chair, so I waive my right to sum up.
Thank you. That's almost a first, I believe. Not particularly from you, Patrick. I'm going to ask the leader if you want to speak before we go to the vote on the amendment.
Yeah, I'll speak briefly. Thank you, Chairman. In a very unusual turn of events, I agree with everything that Councillor Howell has said this evening on the topic of preventing a delay of actually being able to get things done. My view is, you know, I'd be saying the same if I was a Labour member or Conservative member right now. I would want to delay these as far as possible into the future. And maybe hope they never happen at all. But for me, this is about getting on and delivering for our communities. And if we're going to say something, doing it. So I would ask councillors to vote against this amendment and to vote for the motions unamended. Thank you.
Right, thank you, members. We are now going to go to the vote on that, if Mr. Jones will assist us. Members, have we all voted, please? I'll take that as yes, thank you. Right, so the amendment has fallen. Members, we now have to go to the vote on On number 1, which is, well, I'll ask the Chief Executive to read it out for us, thank you.
Right. Okay, just to recap, the first vote is number 1, existing parishes not to be abolished for Burton and Winkton, Herne, Highcliffe, Walkford, Christchurch Town, and Throop and Holdenhurst. That's the first vote.
Right, members, can we vote on that, please? Yes, they are, Councillor Butt. Have we all voted, members, please? Thank you. Thank you, members. That was carried. The second vote.
The second vote is for the proposed new parishes not to be established in Redhill and Northbourne, Boscombe and Folkestone, and Southbourne.
Right, members, so that's the negative. Thank you. Have we all voted? Yes. Right, the next vote, please.
Okay, the third vote is the proposed new parish to be established for Broadstone.
All voted, members? Thank you, members. That was carried. And the next vote is on number 4.
Vote number 4, proposed new parish to be established for Poole.
All voted members? Yes. Thank you, members. That was carried. Are we on vote 5 now? Vote 5, Chief Executive.
Vote number 5, the proposed new parish to be established for Bournemouth.
Right, members, let's go to the vote on this. Have we all voted, members? Yeah. Thank you, members. As you can see, that is carried as well. So we've got the remaining parts of the recommendation. If I can ask the Chief Executive just to clarify that, the next 2 votes, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So the next vote is that the Head of Democratic Services be authorised to make all necessary reorganisation of community governance orders to implement the changes just agreed by Council.
Right, members, let's go to the vote on that one. Thank you. Right, everybody voted? As you can see, members, that was carried. So the last part of this is C, which I will ask the Chief Executive to read to us.
C, that the Task and Finish Group continue to consider the transfer of civic and ceremonial assets, statutory services and precept requirements for year 1 for each new parish on the basis of minimal transfer and precept, and a report to be presented to full council in due course.
Right, members, can we vote on that one, please? I don't know why I ask if everybody's voted, because I'm sure we're all really good at this now, but I'm sure we have. Thank you, members. That was carried as well. Chief Executive, do we have any more voting to do on this one?
Can you withdraw it?
Leader.
I'm happy to withdraw my not an amendment, alteration, because we now have 3 new town councils. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. Now, is there any more on that to do? It is move.
It's that. It's that.
So we've done that bit. Now, if I let them all go, if I... Councillor Howell.
And I propose, given the amount that we've got left on the agenda and the unlikeliness of us finishing it, that we adjourn tonight.
What anything?
We need to do the political balance.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm cognizant of the fact that the BCP licence will run out in November. It's purely just a matter of the council ratifying the decision made by the committee, and I wondered if you'd be happy for us to just deal with that item so it can move forward.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Flagg. We will just check to see what urgent business we do have. Leader, do you have a point?
To go through. So we might want to just take a break.
Yes, I'm going to. Councillor Howell, we have some items of business, members. We have items of business that we can't not do. So, can you be quiet in the gallery while we finish, please? We have items which we cannot leave, but we will shorten the agenda. But meanwhile, I'm suggesting that, I know some people need to go home already, so I'm suggesting another 10-minute break, and then we will be back to finish the rest of the business, which will be very short. Okay, thank you, members. clean.
We're live.
Right, members, we're live. We're going back now to do item 7 on your agenda. Audit and Governance Committee, 24th of July 2025, minute number 23, increased borrowing, Poole Museum. And I'm going to call on Councillor Connolly, who I hope is still here somewhere, to introduce it.
Yeah, this item I don't actually think needed to have come to full council. It's very belt and braces to do so. So at the last full council in July, you voted to recommend to A&G to recommend to council the borrowing for Poole Museum. So after full council, it came to A&G and we did agree to approve the increase in prudential borrowing. So this is just to let you know that we did.
Thank you, that's remarkably brief. And Councillor Andrews, you're going to second it?
Yes, I'm happy to second. Thank you.
Okay. So we're getting the feeling that nobody needs to speak, so I think we'll go straight to the vote on this one. Yes, thank you. Item 8, A&G again, the annual report. Councillor Connolly, can you move this one, and then we'll ask Councillor Andrews to second.
Yep, me again. So good governance is the responsibility of the whole council. So we're bringing you the Audit and Governance Committee's annual report for 2024-25. So you can all know what we've been up to. In short, we've delivered on our responsibilities. We've done core meetings and some non-core meetings on top of that. And aside from that regular scheduled activity, I wanted to mention 2 additional strands of work. One is our investigation into Future Places, BCP Future Places Limited, which is ongoing at the moment. And the second is on Carter's Quay. We've been asking for regular updates. We asked for a report back in July, and then there's going to be another report shortly. So if anyone would like to talk about our work as a committee, please do get in touch.
Councillor Andrews, please.
Yeah, happy to second that. And I would like to pass on my thanks to the officer, Nigel Stannard, for the preparation of the report, because he's been burning the midnight oil on Future Places. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we vote by show of hands to accept that, members? I should have actually said, can we just say agreed? We didn't need our hands at this time of night. Okay, now, Councillor Flagg, the Licensing Committee, 18th of September 2025, minute number 14, review of the Statement of Licensing Policy. Councillor Flagg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, the Licensing Authority of BCP Council is required by Section 5 of the Licensing Act 2003 to determine and publish at 5-year intervals a statement of licensing policy. The first BCP Council policy has been reviewed and is now ready for ratification by the Council. Section 5 of the Licensing Act 2003 sets out the requirement for a licensing authority to determine and publish its policy every 5 years, setting out how they exercise their licensing functions. The policy sets out how the licensing authority intends to operate and promote the 4 licensing objectives in our area. This includes guidance for applicants as well as information to assist residents who wish to make any representations. In this case, the Licensing Committee approved a draft policy on the 19th of September 2024. Full public consultation regarding this draft policy took place between the 11th of November and the 22nd of December 2024, with a further consultation taking place between the 27th of February and the 17th of March 2025. 10 responses were received and were collated and discussed by the Licensing Committee on the 24th of September 2025. During that meeting, the final version of the policy was agreed. Members of the committee were reminded of their public sector equality duties during the meeting, and officers confirmed that a full equalities impact assessment was carried out and accepted by the equalities panel. The final version of the policy is presented to Council this evening for ratification, and I understand the Vice Chair, Councillor Keddy, will second the proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Flagg. Councillor Keddy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very happy to second this. It has taken a lot of time and effort to get to this point. I'd like to thank Nananka and the licensing team for their diligent hard work on the consultation and the policy development. I would also like to thank the consultees for their very detailed and helpful responses. Having a robust statement of licensing policy is essential for a thriving nighttime economy where people can enjoy themselves in a safe setting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. And can I thank all of the licensing committee? I know how hard it is when I was on it at another council. Members, are we all agreed to accept that? Yes, thank you. And item 11, minute number 51 at Cabinet, AFC Bournemouth Stadium expansion, land requirements and disposal. Councillor Cox, I think you're going to move this recommendation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is recommended that Cabinet recommends to Council and that A, it notes the confidential minutes and recommendations of the cross-party asset disposal working group meeting on the 13th of July 2025. B, approves the negotiation and agreement in principle of the heads of terms for a leasehold disposal of 2 parcels of land at Kings Park to AFC Bournemouth, shown in option C. And C, requires officers to return to Cabinet and Council with the proposed heads of terms for decision as soon as possible. I just want to reiterate, this is not selling anything. This is just asking them to go away and negotiate and then come back to us with what the terms are for that negotiation. I would also like to point out that isn't it excellent that AFC Bournemouth are investing in the area, just like JP Morgan have done recently, that this report shows transparency in the process, giving Council oversight, and that a report will be brought to the future Cabinet and Council with the details of the heads of terms and values. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Herrick, please.
You're not need to use it.
Well, I don't think there's anything. Oh, yes, we've got Councillor Dove who wishes to speak.
Thank you. So in this sorry tale and saga of consultation and the failure to consult properly with residents, this is yet another example that we are seeing. So it went to the cross-party asset disposal group on the Friday. It was agreed and apparently advertised and published that same day. As ward councillors, I did not find out about this proposal until the following week. That frankly is not good enough. How was it consulted with? Well, it went in some dark, deep corner of the BCP website, and it was published in the Echo, in the notices, which, well, we know what the circulation there is like and how many people read the notices. In fact, I've tried to go into finding out where announcements are on the BCP website, and the only way that I can do it is by Googling the disposal notices AFCB and getting in that way. That frankly is not good enough. So we were told all along that this negotiation does not affect the expansion of the club at all, that the two are entirely separate, that the planning application for the club can still continue, and of that we do support. But this report is absolutely riddled with inaccuracies, and it is incorrect, and the officers have been advised, and I'm still embarrassed to say it is there in full, regardless of what the residents have said, regardless of how the residents feel, and regardless of how the ward councillors feel. So, for example, they've been deliberately misunderstood when it talks about trusts, and we've been reassured that actually the Kings Park Act is not affected. That is not what they are referring to. They are referring to the trust where the land had been given to them, indeed, by the Cooper-Dean Trust. These residents know what they're speaking about. This is important to them, and we are ignoring them, and we are misrepresenting their views. We've also been told, for example, oh, it doesn't say here, but and we haven't mentioned it, but by
leasing these out, we have to change the category of that land. So it is at the moment categorised as open space, and we're going to be changing it to car park. And actually residents feel quite upset about that. No, so sorry, Councillor Cox disagrees. And if that is not true, and that's what I've been told in 2 meetings with officers, then, you know, I apologise, but I've been reassured that that's what has to happen for it to continue. We still have enforcement matters outstanding from 2016, green planting, trees and everything else. None of that has been done. So the residents here are really quite concerned. So glad to see it's coming back, but I can't support the paper as it is at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Dove. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you. After declaring interest, I'm a Portsmouth supporter. However, I did have in my family for a short time a junior cherry. And much as it pains me, at least it's not Southampton, but they are, exactly. Just commends this motion, the fact that we're investing in an asset for Bournemouth that goes around the world. I was in Thailand many, many years ago, and I remember how embarrassed I was when I had to say where I lived to somebody on a boat in the middle of in this Andaman Sea, and they says, "Where are you from?" And I went like, "Well, I'm from near Christchurch, near Bournemouth." And then it was only because the guy next to me was from Birmingham. He says, "I'm from Birmingham." And he didn't know. He says, "Well, you Manchester or London?" He went, "No." He says, "I'm from." He had to say, "I'm from Aston Villa," to identify where he was. Now I can proudly say, as a Christchurch person, I'm from Bournemouth, and I'm absolutely made up, and I appreciate, you know, we break some eggs to make omelettes here, but, you know, to support, I think they're actually top of the table the other week.
Second.
They were, no, I think for halfway through a game, they were top of the table, so, you know, all congratulations, you're up next. Thank you.
Just as a point of information, I thought they started as a Boscombe team. So there you go, Bournemouth again. Thank you. No more speakers, so Councillor Herrick.
I don't think there's anything to add at this point. I'm sure Mike can sum up.
Do you know what? I'm so sorry. I'm so deaf tonight. I didn't hear a word. Say it again. Councillor Cox, are you going to sum up? Thank you.
So that shows you how desperate I am. I just want to thank Councillor Duff for her contribution. It will be looked at, you know, this is just the start of a negotiation, and it will go back to Cabinet, and it will go back to Council. So you do have an opportunity to come back to Cabinet if you don't like whatever it comes out with. You were entitled to go to Cabinet when this first came to Cabinet, but there was nobody there to say anything. So, you know, okay, that's fine, that's okay. But you still have another opportunity. So, thank you.
Thank you. Members, we need to vote on this. Show of hands, I think. So that was that. Yes, we're going to have a vote now on that. Thank you. So can we get ready to vote, please? Members, I think we're all finished, are we? Thank you. Thank you, members. That was carried, but I think that obviously Councillor Dove's points will be taken up at some time with the officers. Righty-ho, and the next item that we're going to do before we adjourn is item 12, review of the political balance of the council. the allocation of seats on committees to each political group, and the appointment of councillors to committees and outside bodies. Now, I did make a mistake, only one. I did not mention that we now have 2 reformed councillors who mentioned to me that I hadn't mentioned it, but now I'm mentioning it and they've gone home. But anyway, so we now have to change the political balance. So over to you, Leader.
Thank you, Chairman. So we've had a number of changes to council groups in the last few months, and that means we need to adjust the political balance. Those changes include 2 members leaving the Labour group, 2 members leaving the Conservative group, the establishment of the BCP independent groups, the establishment of a new Reform group. We also had a Conservative councillor resign, triggering a by-election, which was won by Liberal Democrat Dawn Logan. I do just want to say that we had initially published a political balance, but since then the Reform councillors and that group was then established. So there is now a new one. So I just want to make sure councillors are aware that it is not the initial one that was published, it's the new one, and I think it's in the appendix. So I think that's all to say really on that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cox, are you seconding?
Thank you.
I can't support this simply because I feel, and representation has been made, and I hope therefore that representation has been passed down to yourself as group leader on those 2 occasions, that the process has taken a more unorthodox approach to the one that we usually adopt, which is generally group leader meetings, discussions. You shake your head, but yes, that's how we've been doing them in the past. So I was really sorry to see, despite representations, for requesting some more consultation, requesting some discussions with group leaders, that actually hadn't come forward. And then for that reason, I can't support the paper. And hopefully, in the future, we'll be more collegiate in how we move forward in matters such as this when they come over to the Conservative Party.
Any more speakers before I ask Councillor Cox to second? You're not speaking. Okay then, righty-ho. Members, we need to go to the vote on this, I believe. So, oh, so sorry, Leader. Yes, do sum up.
So I don't know what happened when Councillor Beasley was the leader of the council, but it was quite a number of years ago, I think 7 years ago since that happened. And since then, obviously, as a group leader myself, then deputy leader, then leader of the council, and I've just checked with Councillor Slade as former leader, we have not had group leader meetings. The way that I have always done it is to ask councillors, and I did at our first meeting with Aidan, when he first became chief executive. I invited all council leaders, all group leaders, to come and speak to me if they had any requests regarding the political balance. And unfortunately, that offer wasn't taken up by your group leader. So apologies for that.
Thank you, Leader. Members, we will go to the vote on this, please, because we know we have dissension. Thank you. Everybody voted? Yes. Right, thank you, members. I am now going to move that we adjourn this meeting after having done all that business. And the suggestion is that we adjourn until Monday the 3rd. I don't know how that suits everybody, if you've all got other plans. So, members, we shall see you back here with the rest of the business on the 3rd. Before you go, can I just say thank you to everybody who has stayed so bravely. It's been a really good meeting, very robust. Thank you all very, very much. Thank you.